Hello, is this? Can you hear?
Emma, we can hear you, but we are just increasing the volume.
What if I put my headset on now then? If that will be better. If I speak.
네, 제 목소리가 울리네요.
My voice is
네,
echoing.
오래 기다리셨죠. 저희
So
지금
sorry
이제
for
브레이크 타임
keeping you waiting
끝났는데요.
for a long time. So the
드디어
break time has
지금
ended.
엠마 트레오
And we
위원장님이
can
연결이
hear
됐습니다.
Emma Taeho.
앞서
So we made
지금부터
the
이제 함께 하시는
connection.
분들께서는
So from now
무슨 일인가
on,
싶으실 텐데요.
yeah,
저희가
you
앞서
might
기조연설
be
시간이
surprised
있었는데
that we
엠마
supposed to have the keynote
트레오님의
speech
마이크가
time,
잘
but
연결이
due
안
to
돼가지고요. 저희가 이쪽에서 좀 목소리를 들을 수가 없는 기술적인 문제가 있었습니다. 저희 바로 그럼 세션 1 시작하기 직전에 기조연설 듣고 가겠습니다. 현재 IOC 위원이자 IOC 선수 위원장인 엠마 트레오 위원님의 기조연설입니다. 회상 준비되어 있나요? Welcome Emma, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So you hear me now? Okay. Okay. Hope it's better.
잠시만요. 목소리가 들어오는 것 같은데요. 여기 지금 제 목소리 울리는 걸 꺼주시고요.
The sound is too small.
And I'd like to extend a special thank you to Singmin Ryu for inviting me to speak today. The COVID-19
네, 마이크, 네. 지금 얘기를 계속 하고 있는데 저희 쪽에서 또 오디오가 들어오지 않고 있네요. 정말
So
죄송하다는
the
말씀을
keynote speaker
드리겠습니다.
is delivering her remarks, but we are not getting her sound again.
됐나요? 되고
We
있나요?
are once again expressing our apologies.
네, 저희가 화상 연결로 여러분들과
As
함께
we
하고
are having
있는데요.
this session with the
일어날 수도
online
있다고 예측은 했지만
we
일어나서면 안
have
된다고
encountered
생각했던
this,
문제가 지금 또 발생했습니다.
unexpected issue.
양해 말씀
Once again, our
드리겠습니다.
apologies for
자, 네.
the technical glitch.
자, 저희 시간 관계상 어쩔 수 없이 지금 기조연설을 좀 뒷타임으로 미루겠고요. 세션 1 바로 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 브레이크 타임 없이 세션 1 진행하겠습니다. 이번 세션 1은 영어로 진행되는 세션이어서 역시 동시 통역이 준비가 되어 있습니다. 앞서 말씀드린 것처럼 통역 리시버가 테이블 위에 있고요. 채널 1번 한국어, 채널 2번 영어로 진행됩니다. 자, 세션 1은 국제 스포츠계의 미래와 전망에 대해서 논의하는 전문가 세션입니다. 이번 세션은 영어로 진행되는 세션이고요. 앞서 말씀드린 통역 리시버를 착용해 주시기 바랍니다. 자, 먼저 ISF 사무총장이자 OCA 위원인 박주희 총장님의 발제 듣도록 하겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 마이크가 울리는 것 같은데. 네, 네 안녕하십니까. 스포츠 전략위원회 박주희 사무총장입니다. 이번 세션은 영어로 하기 때문에 발표를 제가 영어로
International Sport
하겠습니다.
Strategy Foundation, and I will be delivering my remarks in English.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joo-hee Park, and I'm General Secretary of the ISF. Today, I will be presenting the new change in the international sports based on the Olympic Agenda 2020 plus 5. Today's presentation will be as follows. Introduction of the mid and long-term roadmaps, Olympic Agenda 2020 plus 5. And finally, plan to strengthen international sports capabilities. As you can see in the pictures, IOC has a vision to create a better world through the sports within a value of excellence, respect, and friendship. Also, on 20th July 2021, the session of the IOC approved a change in the Olympic motto that recognizes the unifying power of the sports and the importance of the solidarities. IOC President Thomas Bach created the Olympic Agenda 2020 that will be implemented until 2020, so which contains both IOC future strategies and plan as a part of mid and long-term roadmap of the Olympic movement. We have faced a lot of difficult situation, and to turn these crises into the opportunities. IOC has come up with the Olympic Agenda 2020+, which has vision to create a better world through sports. Olympic Agenda 2020 plus 5 contains 15 recommendations which are based on major trends. Empower solidarity, promoting the and increasing the possibilities. These are 15 recommendations that make up Olympic Agenda 2025, and today I'll be shortly introducing about the key recommendations. Recommendation first, one is the strengthening the uniqueness and universality of the Olympic Games. It focuses on making the Olympic Games more inclusive and at the same time preserving and promoting the universality of the Games. As an example of the gender equality, 2020 Tokyo Olympic Games became the Gender Equality Olympic involving 48.8% of the female athletes. And for the first time in history, all 206 countries, including the IOC referee teams, came up with a regulation female participants. IOC will continue to achieve its results in Paris 2024 Olympics, which will be the first gender equality competition with 50 female athletes. Recommendation 2 is about fostering sustainability Olympic Games. Its focus on pursuing strategies to actively respond to sustainability issues across the Olympic by 2030. For example, IOC moving toward to become climate-friendly organization by 2024, and IOC aim to reduce carbon emission by 13%. Recommendation 5. Focus to future strength, safe sports and safeguarding across the Olympic movement to protect the physical and mental well-being of athletes. For example, the IOC approved the establishment of the International Safeguarding Officer in Sports certificate as part of IOC ongoing effort to promote athlete safety and well-being. This is the first of its kind because this was no certificate or minimum standard of the education or training for safeguarding officers in sports on an international level. Recommendation 8 is the growing digital engagement with people. It uses Olympic digital and social media channels to deliver engagement during and between the Olympic Games. For example, the IOC and NOA launched the new Olympic themes digital entertainment experience consisting of NFT, the Olympic pins, and cross-play multiplayer video games. Also, as part of making marketing stretch, this was a case of interacting through metaverse platforms. Fans who could not cheer for the national teams warm-up match were able to communicate through metaverse platform. NFT will be further introduced to you by next presenter, Mr. Victor Kim. Recommendation 9 is about encouraging the development of virtual sports and further engage with the video gaming communities, especially the youth. The IOC launched the Virtual Sports Competition Olympic Virtual Series, OVS, this year, in cooperation with the 5 international federations, such as baseball, cycling, rowing, yacht, and motorsport, and gaming distributors. Recommendation 12 is about reaching out beyond the Olympic community and is aimed to interact with diverse social groups. For example, arts and cultures are long-standing partners in Olympic programs, and now IOC with the Olympic movement is leading to and supporting the production of the art and culture programming during or after the Olympic Games. Recommendation 14 is about strengthening the Olympic movement through good governance. In line with this recommendation, IOC updates the basic universal principles of the good governance to the latest standard. Recommend 15 is about innovating revenue generation models. It aims to innovate revenue generation models to ensure long-term viability of the Olympic movement. So in conclusion, compared to the Olympic Agenda 2020, the developed Olympic Agenda 2020 plus 5 allow us to understand the trend of the new change in the international sports field in line with the rapid changes in the sports industry caused by COVID-19. The response to international sports and activation of the policy governance, effecting policy making, and mid and long-term strategies should be established in the domestic sports sectors. First line to strengthen the unique and universality of the Olympics, it should focus on the gender equality in sports, focusing on the youth, including adapting to changing technology and combine unique Olympic experience with the culture and extra. The second, in order to strengthen the right, responsibility, protection of the athlete, it is necessary to strengthen the capabilities of current institution that can professionally manage international safeguarding officer in sport certificate. Athlete mental health supporting program and anti-doping education program, and third is the necessary to expand engagement between sports and the general public through the youth of the strength digital technology. The fourth, in line with the influence of the COVID-19, it is necessary to encourage the development of virtual sports and expand the gaming communities to promote sport participants as well as grow direct relation with the youth. The fifth, in order to operate transparent and moral institution, it will be necessary to develop self-evaluation systems and encourage the compliance with the basic universal principle of the good governance. So finally, professional education activities will be need to train diversified sports professional personnel in line with the international sports trend. The COVID-19 crisis has changed our world in a fundamental way, and the world will never again be like this was before. So therefore, we must prepare ourselves for this new world. Thank you for my presentation, and thank you.
네, 박지희 사무총장님의 발표 잘 들었습니다. 자, 한 번만 더 저희 엠마 연결을 해볼 텐데요. 화상 준비되어 있을까요?
Can we hear her now?
네, 엠마티로 연결되어 있나요?
Do we have a connection to her?
It seems like.
Welcome, Emma.
Can you hear me at all?
저희 잘 들리는 거죠, 지금?
So is this okay? Okay, so I should go.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Finally, the
Right,
floor
again.
is yours.
Starting from the beginning, I want to say that it is a great pleasure that I can join you virtually for this important event on an important topic, and I would like to extend a special thank you to President Ryu for inviting me to speak. Developments. We were often joined by the IOC president and many IOC experts for the cause, and they are very well received by the athletes, as we aim to give them as much clarity as possible during the preparations. We also gave the opportunity to National Olympic Committee and International Federation Athletes Commissions for dedicated one-on-one calls with us on the Tokyo 2020 preparations to provide the chance for more specific questions that athletes may have had from their different sport or country. Athletes from all around the world have been facing challenge after challenge during the last 2 years. From training facilities being closed to the ever-changing competition calendars and practical issues just to get to the start line of their races. For us, the most important thing that we could do for the IOC Athletes Commission during this very uncertain period was to give as much certainty, updates, and clarity as we could around the Olympic Games in Tokyo, giving the athlete community every confidence that the Games would take place and to just continue focusing on their preparations. Throughout the pandemic, our platform, Athlete 365, was a hub for all the information and resources that athletes needed. We sent a survey out to athletes and entourage at the start of the pandemic to best understand the challenges that were being faced around the world after the Tokyo 2020 postponement.
도쿄 올림픽
More than
지연에 따라
4,000
겪고 있는
athletes and entourage
어려움에 대해
members across
이해하고자 하는 설문이었습니다.
135
4,000명
countries
넘는 선수와
completed the
수행단이
survey and it revealed
135개
that
국가에서 이
56%
설문에
of athletes were
응답했습니다.
finding
그리고
it
이를
hard to
통해서
train
선수들의
effectively,
56%가
while 60%
효율적으로 훈련하는데 어려움을
of
겪고
entourage
있고 또
members said
63%의
they were
수행단은
struggling to keep their athletes
선수들에게
motivated.
동기부여를 하는데 어려움을
In
겪고 있다고
response, we
응답했습니다.
launched
이에
Stay
따라
Positive
저희는
campaign
스테이
on
포지티브
Athlete
캠페인을
365,
애슬릿
a campaign
365
to
사이트에서
deliver
전개했습니다. 이를 통해
led articles, content, and
전문가가
videos that
기고를
provided
쓰기도 하고
advice
콘텐츠나
for
동영상을
dealing with the key
제공하여
challenges faced by the
선수들이
athletes.
겪고 있는 어려움을
We also
해결하기 위한
adapted our
조언을
programs and
제공했습니다. 또한
resources to
저희는
support athletes
프로그램과
during these difficult times. For Athletes 365 platform, we provided a wide range of resources to athletes, from updates on the preparation for the games to anti-doping information and any changes to sport qualification systems, as well as a series of mental health advice articles and resources. We held several webinars with high-profile athletes and experts as part of our Stay Strong webinar series. Athletes such as Eliud Kipchoge and Yusra Mardini joined us for a Q&A with the athletes to share advice and help others overcome the challenges that were facing the athlete community. The pandemic impacted a number of our usual activities and programs, such as the International Athletes Forum and our career transition outreach program, Athlete 365 Career Plus. To ensure that athletes could still benefit from the knowledge and advice around career transition, we adapted the program to a fully digital format and ran the workshops online. Providing career transition support to athletes has always been a high priority for the IOC Athletes Commission, and we were determined to not let the pandemic impact the running of this important program. I believe the topic of career transition will be discussed later in the program today, and I look forward to hearing the discussion. Our commission and I are very proud that Sungmin is the chair of the steering committee for the IOC Career Plus program, which focuses on supporting athletes with dual career and career transition. So thank you, Sungmin, for your dedication and all your effort in this important area for athletes. As many of you might know, the International Athletes Forum is our biannual gathering of the network of athlete representatives, and usually we meet together in Lausanne. The pandemic prevented this from happening in person this time around. However, we held a fully virtual version of the event in May. The Tokyo 2020 preparations were a key focus of the forum, as the games were only 2 months away at the time. We discussed the latest preparation in Tokyo and heard live from many athletes how excited they were for the games to take place. We also heard from IOC experts who were already in Tokyo, and the IOC president hosted a great Q&A session with athletes in which Tokyo 2020 featured a lot. Our focus is now completely on Beijing to ensure that, like for Tokyo, athletes have all the info and clarity they need in the lead up for the games. Since Tokyo we have already organized 2 conference calls with the global network of athlete representatives and will continue the engagement right up until the games. Our next call with Athletes Commission is actually later today to update the athletes on Beijing 2020 playbook and give them the latest details on the preparation for the games. We will then publish a comprehensive facts section on Athlete 365 with all of the key questions answered during the call to help give as much clarity and information to athletes as we possibly can. As you may know, the playbook for Beijing 2022 was released last week, and with this document, athletes have more of an idea of the different procedures and countermeasures that are in place during the games. Our colleagues from many different organizations, including the IOC, IPC, and Beijing 2022, are working around the clock to make the conditions in Beijing as best as they can possibly be for the athletes at the games. It is already great news that there will be spectators in the venues at the competitions, and hopefully this will be a big booster for the atmosphere. We will continue to support athletes all the way up until the games and make sure that they have an unforgettable experience at the Olympic Winter Games Beijing 2022. Aside from the Olympic Games, the COVID-19 pandemic has provided many opportunities despite the hardship it has caused. For example, the topic of well-being and mental health has always been a high priority for the IOC Athletes Commission, but due to the pandemic, the amount of resources, advice, and support we have offered to athletes on this has increased exponentially, including the introduction of a mental health helpline, which is available in 70 languages and open 24 hours a day. Mental health has been very topical recently, and it is great that more and more athletes, organizations, and celebrities are openly having the conversation and showing its importance. It is important that athletes know it is okay to not be okay, and that they know where and who they can turn to if they are having a tough time. The athlete well-being resources and support we have developed will continue to support athletes for a long time to come, and mental health will continue to be a major focus for us as we look to update our strategy next year. Another thing that the pandemic has shown us is the ability for us to come together virtually. The Global Network of Athletes Commission has never been stronger, and since the pandemic started around a year and a half ago, we have held 14 calls with the athlete representatives around the world. We have also organized a series of online workshops to help athletes commissions best support their athletes during the pandemic, while a number of other activities have been held successfully in a virtual format over the last year, such as this one. As a commission, after the Beijing Games, we will continue to support the network of athletes commissions and maintain the great collaboration which has taken place over the years. An important step in reinforcing the athlete representation structure in the Olympic movement is strengthening and supporting the impact of athletes commissions within NOCs and international federations. We look forward to working together with all of the NOCs, IFs, and athlete representatives to ensure that all of these stakeholders in the Olympic movement have athletes commissions that are effective and compliant with the IOC guidelines. And finally, after what has been a very eventful and unprecedented period for the sporting landscape, we will be updating our strategy in the coming months to align the current situation. A lot has happened in the last 4 years since our current strategy was released, and with the IOC new strategic roadmap, Olympic Agenda 2020+5 launching this year, the time is right for our commission to release our priorities as well. We are always listening to what athlete and athlete representatives are saying, and we'll ensure that our work continues to address the current needs of the athletes. So thank you very much for your time today. I wish you all a fruitful and productive conference, which will touch on many important topics. So thank you again.
네. 네, 어렵게
So
연결이
we had
됐는데요.
a
이런 아침부터
technical
귀한 시간 내준
difficulties,
엠마티로
but
위원장님께 다시
we
한번
want
감사
to once again
말씀드리겠습니다.
thank
자, 세션
Mr.
1은 이미
Matthew
시작됐고요.
Moore
자, 두
for
번째
her great
발표
time with us,
들어보겠습니다.
and now we will go on to
IS
the second
컴퍼니
presentation
빅터
for
킴 최고
session
전략
2.
책임자님의
We
발제에
have
있겠습니다.
the CSO of
무대 위로
ISA
모시겠습니다.
company,
큰 박수
Victor Kim, to
부탁드립니다.
deliver his remarks.
Hello. 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. Hello, my name is Victor Kim from the CSO from the ISA company. I'd like to speak about how can we utilize the NFT and metaverse with the sports today. The NFT, what is the NFT? The NFT is the blockchain or Bitcoin. NFTs stands for non-fungible token. NFT is a digital asset that represents the real-world object like the art, music, or in-game items or videos. Although they have been done around since 2014, NFT has becoming the increasingly the popular way to buy and sell digital artwork. About 174 million has been spent on NFT since November 2017. NFTs, at least in these days, have been digital creations that already exist in some form elsewhere, like iconic video clip from the NBA games, or securely version of the digital art that already floating around Instagram, and then also sports stars' goods and their uniforms, and then also signed soccer balls and etc. There is a famous NFT art Beeple. It's record-breaking since a long time ago, and then the price is about 69 millions, which is this art, is what it's sold for. NFT is like the same kind of programming as a cryptocurrency, like a Bitcoin or Ethereum. The blockchain technology and the NFT afford the artists, the content creators, a unique opportunity to monetize their wares. For example, the artists no longer have to rely on galleries or auction houses to sell their art. Instead of artists can sell it directly to the consumer as an NFT. So let them keep more of the profits for the art and for the artist. In addition, the artists can program in their royalties, so they will receive the percentage of the sales. And then whenever their art is sold to new owner, this attractive feature as an artist generally do not receive the future proceed after their art is first sold. How can we use on sports? It already exists and market is growing super fast. Here's an example. The US company called Top Shot from NBA. Let's watch the video real quick. The Top Shot, NBA Top Shot is a digital version of the traditional basketball card, and all those drawbacks, the physical cards are gone right now. Through the blockchain technology, it is to see Top Shot's history, who owned it, and then how many people are bought it, and then what it's sold for, also past estimated value of that information. Instead of a still photo, it might be GIF or highlight, or like a LeBron James' windmill dunk, that mirror similar to Kobe Bryant's highlight. That cards are sold for almost $400,000 in April. Also, here's the soccer player Cristiano Ronaldo card is sold for about $300,000 USD.
Para mí el Inter es familia. Ser capitán era una gran responsabilidad. Primero porque fui capitán muy joven y fui capitán de grandes jugadores como de Roberto Baggio, Ronaldo, Eto'o, Ibrahimovic. Un capitán no es el que grita más o se hace sentir por otras cosas. El capitán creo que...
The video you guys are watching right now, they're selling as
un
an
año
NFT.
especial, intenso. Cada uno de nosotros dentro sentía que estábamos delante de una gran oportunidad. José logró construir un grupo de grandes jugadores con grandes personalidades. En los últimos 2 meses fueron 2 partidos decisivos. Partidos como contra el Chelsea, que eran complicados. El famoso partido con el Barça fue como una final anticipada. La final en el Bernabéu, lo que significa también ese estadio por historia. Yo como capitán tenía el privilegio de levantar la Champions y traerla de nuevo a Milán. Eso va a quedar en la historia del club, en la historia del fútbol mundial y para mí es haber cumplido un sueño.
So this company called So Rare. Actually, you guys can buy this NFT and collect this card, and they build a team together and play game against each other. And NFT is expanding to blockchain game as well. Also, here's the UFC and MLB just jumped in with the NFT business with the players' card and their players' the short video clip as well. Okay, what's next? I like to say NFT, metaverse, and sports. What is the metaverse? The metaverse is the evolution of the online experience. Facebook CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, just announced that the Facebook is now the metaverse company. Yeah, so matter of fact, just 2 days ago, the Mark Zuckerberg, from the CEO of the Facebook, just told the world, okay, we are now no longer Facebook. Our company name will be Meta. The NBA is already started with the Green Park with the metaverse, words of the fans for playing games and communication and then communities. This is the NBA metaverse game. Our vision of the sports metaverse is the vibrant, the world of competition, collection, and community, and therefore the ability for the fans in Green Park to earn, purchase, and trade, and protect their digital items become core to our economy. And Green Park expanded the value of NFT well beyond simple collection and gives them purpose, utility, and the deeper sentimental meaning said by CEO of the Green Park, Cam Martin. Lastly, for our next generation, for the sharing, we can definitely use NFT for donation and then share to the world through the NFT blockchain technology, because NFTs, there's no way to copy it, and we can track it to where it comes from and where it goes to through the blockchain technology. The ISA company has been released Olympic Stars NFT, and outcome was very successful and satisfied the cryptocurrency and then sports fans. We will keep continuing work with the Olympians to make better and bigger ecosystem for the sports stars and then fans with the NFT blockchain ecosystem. What we imagined in the past now is becoming reality and virtual reality. Well, we should not deny that in the future for keep running and then open-minded and accept it. First, foremost, we need to enjoy it. NFT and metaverse is not the future, it's just present. Let's enjoy it. Thank you, guys.
네, 빅터킴 최고 전략 책임자님의 발제 잘 들었습니다. 자, 세션 1 마지막 발표자입니다. 아데코 코리아 브라이언 루로 대표이사님의 발제가 있겠습니다. 브라이언 루로 대표님은 연단 위로 올라주시기 바랍니다. Please welcome Mr. Brian Luro with a big round of applause.
Good. So first, thank you to the ISF. Very happy to be here again because it was my first conference when I came to Korea, and I hope this will be also the first conference post-COVID era. So let me walk you through the future of work. So it's going to be a bit less sports related. It's going to be a bit more generic about what would be the future of work and how can you position yourself and how can we help you and what organizations are looking at in today's new world, not just post-COVID, but pretty much in what are the new trends. So first at ADECO, we have a mission, a purpose, which is making the future work for everyone. And that's an obsession for us, and it covers any jobs, any functions. You know, in ADECO, we have about 1.8 million people every day going to work around the world that are payroll or employed by ADECO. So it's very, very important that we are having the right purpose and the right vision, and that's our obsession. So why is it important? First, because we are a very sizable business and because we believe that maybe work is not life, but it's work balance with life. It's quite pretty much integrated each other. So if you are pretty much happy and successful at work, usually it's helping with your life and your personal situation. So our impact is on work, so we hopefully play a big role in that aspect. What challenge are awaiting us? What is ahead of us from people and organizations? So we do notice around the world that there is two major instability. One is geopolitical and one is economic. Just because some countries are refocusing on themselves, some countries are less open and less sharing, and at the same time there is a bit of economy uncertainty. And COVID-19 has exposed it greatly by putting every organization, every government in reshaping and rethinking what is just not today and tomorrow. Another big disruption today is automation and AI. Okay? In everyday learning, in everyday life, we can realize that we don't do the same thing that we were doing maybe just 2, 3, 5, 10 years ago. When I hear about Bitcoin and NFT, when I was 5 years old, 10 years old, I was collecting cards of football players and putting them on a book. It was not on a phone or through a blockchain and a Bitcoin. So all we do is just different today than it was before. Some examples, the way you could play games. So back in my days, it was chess game. With Deep Blue, that was against Kasparov. Today, we have key players on AlphaGo. We have Uber or Kakao. We go to Amazon stores or we go to stores today without even talking to a cashier, without even meeting. You order your coffee on your phone and you pick it up at Starbucks. So all is completely different today. Netflix and their content pretty much know your behaviors and recommend you what you should be buying as the next best show on their platform. So all this is things that were not happening when I was going to school. And if you look in terms of employment, what are the functions that our clients or our candidates and what we're hearing are more and more important? So that's from LinkedIn. Clearly, anything linked to data, AI, engineering and cloud computing, people and culture, which is related to human resources and marketing, are the functions that if you think at a post-career for a sports person, it would be places where you may want to upskill or reskill because they would be the future. Okay, but clearly, if you're strong in AI or if you understand data management, you would have a pretty good career for the next 20 to 50 years easily. And in terms of industry, we're talking about the care economy and we're talking about the green economy. What is a care economy? It's anything related to looking after the elders or the youngsters. Okay, it could be nursing home, it could be medical applications, anything. And the green economy, it's quite simple, it speaks for itself. It's anything related to the ecology or the new way of energy, so green energy, it could be new commute, it could be mobilities that we are putting under the care and the green economy. So when you look at those data, the increase from 220 to 222, Victor saying that the future is now, this is the reality. Today, these are the key trends that in terms of functions, data, cloud computing, AI and engineering, and industry, green and care in industries are growing aggressively. Big data, another disrupting notion in today's world with analyzation and digitalization. When we talk about Meta, not Facebook, but we know that they are based on data. They can identify, and there will be more and more online platforms, there will be more and more digitalized ways to communicate, to work, to interact. All those platforms, all those organizations will be collecting data and being able to analyze them and make business decisions out of it would be critical. And that's, again, not new. It's been a couple of years that it's been happening, but COVID-19 has been putting us working from home or being on the computer, stop going to Lotte Mart and only going on Coupon app. So as a result, data is accelerating and is going to be even more critical in day-to-day decision and business running today. There's not one CEO, not one business owner who doesn't make decisions based on data today, or is slightly crazy. That's an example. So in HR, we base on data. So you make decisions for your organization, for your people, through data. Healthcare, you can be at home collecting data when you are diabetes, when you need to take your injection, when you need to do your next check. Your cars, intelligent cars, self-driving, look at Tesla, and Coupon, obviously, that everything is based out of data. Another one which is definitely not new, but is, again, accelerating because there are phenomena around it that are driving it, the gig economy. So what is the gig economy? The gig economy is anything related to short-term employment. So back in the days, it was permanent, long-term contract. Today, the gig economy, it's people that are working on contract. It could be a month, a week, a day, a half-day mission, and they're completely changing the way that employers are thinking and the way that even employees are viewing their relation with their employer in the view of their career and the way they contract each step that they're doing in their work life. That has a big, big impact. And Adecco being the #1 player in the temporary recruitment globally, obviously the gig economy is something that we've been very quickly and highly exposed over the last years. So when you see quickly, it's a graph that is self-explanatory around anything in delivery, taxi, or online-based web. You could see the acceleration, so it's not new. It was here about almost 20 to 30 years ago, but it's been accelerating dramatically over the last 5 to 7 years. And we don't see a trend of slowing down. So might plateau a bit, but delivery and online web services are not about to slow down. Another key element, and we know that demographic for Korea, for example, is a key topic that the coming government will have to tackle with an aging population and a pyramid going upside down with a lack of new kids and boomers. But globally, there is clearly a demographic challenge for organizations. You have people from 3 or 4 generations being in the same work environment today, in the same companies. So you have the baby boomers, so my parents. You have the generation X, me. You have the generation Y, some of you guys, and Generation Z as well, some of you guys. And it's not that they're all completely different. We do tend to like a lot of the same things. We like to be happy and we don't like to be unhappy. but that's pretty much the only common point that we all have. The rest, in terms of the way we see work, the way we see consumption, the way we see interaction with others is very, very different. And to take few examples, if you take in a world environment, contract for the boomers or my generation were pretty much decade or years contract, okay? You wanted to work in a company for 10, 50, 20 years. My parents work in the same company their whole life. I work in 6 different companies already myself. So I'm almost having a Gen Z behaviors, even if I'm a Gen X myself. So you see, the Gen Z are not driven by having a commitment on one employer. They are more excited about the mission. They're excited about the project. So if you're selling just a long-term contract to a young generation, you're not selling to the right audience. And for the elders, we have to adapt because people like me and my generation, we're managing Gen Z or Gen Y that are not thinking and didn't grow the same way. And that's what you usually hear when your manager tells you, me, I never had to do this with my boss, or my boss never cared about me about that. Yes, but this is not your boss times. This is new boss's times. And today, but yes, we have to care a bit more. We have to listen a bit more. And the expectation and the needs of the new generation are very, very different from the elder generation. Doesn't mean it's better. Doesn't mean it's worse. It's just different. And we have to embrace it, enjoy it. Like Victor was saying, it's the reality. It's today. So let's embrace and make the best of it. Another disruption or big challenge that we will see in the world is a skill and balance. So between what we study, what we learn in universities, and what companies are actually asking us to implement. If you look at the previous slide, we talk about AI, we talk about data. This is not learned. The teachers haven't learned it themselves at university. So when they teach today, the courses, the program are not aligned. So there is a gap between what we learn and what we're actually going to have to implement in our career and day-to-day life. So that's a massive, massive imbalance that we're facing today between market demand and the skill supply. Today, the skills that are the most in demand, are going to be the most critical, is what we call the STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and manufacturing. If you, therefore, your kids, your friends are in those sectors, again, most likely they will be able to apply it into AI, data, cloud computing. So you have to align your skill sets to what the market is in demand. If you keep learning what I learned when I was at university, in today's world, it's not working. That's not going to work. So universities have to do a big rethink about some of their programs, their courses, because what they are still teaching today is not what you guys or the young generation will be using at work. And they're catching back, but it's a bit like when you have a hacker and an antivirus. The hacker is always ahead of the antivirus or the blocker. So today, the lack of skill set is way ahead of the supply and the universities. And we talk about the critical thinking and digital skilling. Obviously, my teachers didn't even know how to create an email. So how they were teaching if they're still teachers today. So how can we prepare ourselves for the future? What are organizations doing? What do they work on? They work on upskilling. So it's anything when, I'll take a simple example. You take a company like Coupang. So Coupang is very good at hiring, for example, drivers, but the challenge in hiring people in warehouse management or developers. But you take a driver, and during 6 months, you put them on a program. So at ADECO, we have a company called General Assembly who do that, where we change their skill set, we upskill them, or we reskill them. So we're going to teach you coding, and in 6 months' time, you're going to go from driving a car to being able to code on Python or C++ or other programming. And that's what companies are investing a lot of money. We're working with UNE, we are working with SK on those kind of programs where we help them when you cannot find the skill set, but you're going to find the people that you already have, and you're going to train them new skill set. What other companies are doing? They embrace flexibility and agility. Back in my days, flexibility was for the employees. We were hoping employees to be flexible, to accept to work different hours, to work on weekends. Today, the companies have to learn flexibility. The employees expect us to be flexible. The new generation may want to work from home. They may want to work only 3 days per week. They may want to work in 2 different companies at the same time. That's not in usually the roadmap of the companies. When we hire somebody, we want their commitment. We want things they're going to project themselves for the next 5 years because we're going to train them upskill them, reskill them. Now, today we have to be also agile and we have to be flexible as employers. Diversity and inclusion, we talked about it a bit earlier in one of the presentations. It's a big topic, and if we avoid it, if we don't understand that it's a reality and we have to care and we have to think, and not just talk about it in conference like today, but organizations have to get target. I personally have what we call KPIs, and some of my year-end bonus are connected to my performance in terms of diversity and inclusion. I need to have a certain level of successor in my organization chart that are ladies. In ADECO, we have programs for minorities as well, people that came from outside of classic schooling program or that have been exited from the work employment for many years, and we try to bring back them to work, or people with disabilities. So it's a real challenge because in some mindset it's not yet accepted. A lot of companies talk about it on LinkedIn, but are not doing such a great work actually internally. So I have big hopes through the new generation to challenge the status quo on diversity and inclusion, because it's an important fight that we need to take. And the last element, so we talk about co-creation, so it's important that employers are able to engage their employee and partner with them within the organization, and by doing so, you will be better usually at attracting, developing, and retaining the right people. Yes, maybe the new generation are a bit more looking for flexibility and working on different projects, but I can tell you I have a lot of young people in my office and they project themselves in the long run with ADECO. When you do it the right way, when you can provide them entrepreneurial environment, training, flexibility at work, and you show that you care and you listen to them, usually they're highly engaged and they stay with you. So it doesn't mean that we have to completely change the way we work, the way we think. I think we just have to embrace some of the new trends and make them ours and drive them in a better manner. So, business ethics and intelligence, we do talk about it already. So to finish on, there are new mega trends, there are new disruption, and the key one being AI, data analysis, and the demographic change linked to also the instability, geopolitical and economical issues. And today, what we recommend for employers and for the employees, invest on yourself, you guys, invest on yourself, invest on your training, like today, or those conferences, get yourself aware of what's happening. Learn the skill set if you want to reshape your career, change your career. Learn the skill set that are in demand today, which are about data, about AI, about cloud computing. So if you're good at computer, if you're good at coding, become excellent at it. You will have a great career. And for employers and for employees, embrace the new form of contract. Don't be obsessed with permanent contract. Don't be afraid of signing a short-term contract. It's not because the company will fire you soon. It's maybe just because you want it yourself. So again, enjoy, embrace, and yeah, the future is today. That's the trend. Thank you.
네, 브라이언 로 대표님의 말씀 잘 들었습니다.
So
고맙습니다.
thank you for Brian.
자, 이번 세션 1 토론과 Q&A 시간인데요. 먼저 진행자와 패널 분들께서는 다시 무대 위로 올라와 주시기를 부탁드리겠습니다. 그리고 이번 세션의 토론과 질의응답은 강현흥 박사님께서 진행해 주시겠습니다. 강 박사님은 영국 러프버러 대학교에서 스포츠 정책학 박사를 취득했고요. 현재 ISF 국제협력팀장 및 수석 연구원으로 활동하고 계십니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 세션 1 패널 디스커션 시작하도록
I'm very pleased to
하겠습니다.
meet you all. We will begin our
Unfortunately,
panel
we have
discussion.
some technical issue, but I think everything is back to normal. So I'm very happy to start the session 1, the panel discussion with you guys. First of all, I would like to thank you, all of you, for joining us, and thank you very much for your the presentation. In particular, Dr. Jui explained the role of IOC with the IOC, the Agenda 2020 + 5, and Mr. Victor explained the importance of the NFT and also Metaverse. And Mr. Brian showed his insight for the future of work, and thank you very much. We have a lot of questions already before the floor via the online the platform, but I would like to ask for one short discussion. Because recently with Corona, the policy is a new, the policy COVID the system, we are adapting a new situation. But because you are reading the sports organization and business and you are specialist in labor market, so I believe that you have some suggestion for us to adapt this new the situation. So my question for all of you is, what would you say the priority ways or solution for us to adapt this new situation? What should we consider? Then, Mr. Brian, you have the floor.
Thank you. How long do we have? It's a tough question. From a global perspective and bigger view, I think when you're looking at how do you adapt, it's about skill set. Okay, so you can turn any problem, adaptability and being able to thrive under a new environment is how quickly you're going to get the skill set to be able to perform and to thrive. So if I was to give one advice to individuals, I'm not talking to the ISF, but to individuals, is to first know yourself, know what you want to be doing, and look at the skill set that you're going to need to achieve what you want to do next. We talk quickly about it, and if you want to go to blockchain and you're like me, you're very unknowledgeable, you're not going to be very successful. So you're going to have to learn the skill set that's going to make you successful in what you want. And the trends are clear. AI, data, anything which is cloud related or metaverse, you will have to learn those skill sets. So upskill and reskill yourself, I think, is the number one advice for me.
Right, thank you very much. It's a really good point. Know yourself. All right, then, Mr. Victor.
So I think, let's say, for example, let's talk about the Clubhouse. The Clubhouse, actually, they started from a couple of years ago, and the company valuation was $500,000 from the Silicon Valley. And then as soon as the pandemic started, from the Corona, from the last year, and then people like to, we are a socialized animal, like all human being. So we like to talk to people, and we like to talk about the future. We like to talk about the present. And then they utilize the platform with the Clubhouse. Right now, Clubhouse valuation jumped to about $5 billion within 1 year. So as a metaverse, same thing. We have to know each other that, let's say, how many people actually have ID in Facebook? Pretty much everybody have Facebook ID and Instagram. And then the Mark Zuckerberg just declared that like we are a metaverse company from now on. So if people have to get educated and same like he said, they have to get a skill and then educate themselves. And then like he said, and it like the university the education program has to be changed to what is going to be next. I'm not saying the traditional old way is wrong, but we have to somehow fix it, because the coronavirus is not just one thing. There's going to be another virus coming, after that, and keep attacking us, keep attacking this social. So they have to get a skill and then educate it, and then they have to utilize this the social distance platform like a metaverse or like something like Clubhouse. Those platforms are going to help us to make us better and for to make better for their sports as well. That's my opinion.
All right, yeah, thank you very much. And Dr. Dewey, do you have any opinion?
Thank you for your question, and a very difficult question. So, as I have mentioned at the end of my presentation, actually that Thomas Bach said, the COVID-19 crisis has changed our world in fundamental way, and the world will be never again be like it was before. Therefore, I think that we must prepare ourselves for this new world. So everyone from their laws, as an athlete or athletes, actors or sports administrators, so everyone, you should adapt to the new changes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, man. This question is because our topic is with COVID-19, the future of international sports. All right, so then I'm going to ask some question individually. Let's start from Dr. Juby. Thank you for your presentation about the new Olympic Agenda 2020 First Five. For me, I was really interested in number 15 recommendation, which in particular the development of the virtual sports and video game. And what recommend are the most important? Yeah, of course, all the recommends are important, but do you have any particular thing? Do you think it's
As you know, IOC already gave the 2020 plus 5. There's 15 recommendation, especially for me. I believe the recommendation 8, to grow digital engagement with people. So especially maybe the Victor Kim will explain more details. And also recommendation 9, to increase the development of the virtual sports and further engage with the video gaming communication. This is very new and for the youth people. So we communicate with youth. It will be very important issues in this period. Thank you.
all right? Okay, thank you. And let's move on to Mr. Victor. I'm really interested in the presentation, and also IOC also recommend the development of virtual sports. But how can international sports organization, in particular non-profit the organization, use or develop this NFT or the metaverse, the business? Because you are the focus on some business market in particular,
Yeah.
but do you have any opinion for the non-profit, the international sports organization, to use the metaverse business?
Yes, of course. So basically, the Bitcoin is the reason why Bitcoin is getting fast because it's decentralized. Like, it's not centralized. Like, not one people is having all the money. We are sharing that. Create our coins and create our cryptocurrency. We are sharing each other. And how we do that? We have to mining, and then we have to program it. Honestly, like there's some part that I mean, let's talk about this. The Elon Musk, the donating organization just asked Elon Musk, hey, if you sell 2% of the Tesla stocks, you can save the world. That's what Elon Musk told him. And then Elon Musk was like, okay, if I can find out every single dollar and penny where it goes exactly with the transparent, I will donate it. How can we do it? Is I think the NFT blockchain technology. Because blockchain is block to block and it chained. So you can never lie and you can copy it. There's no way you can reprogram it to where that coin goes to and where the coin comes from. So how we can actually help, and then through that non-profit organization to help the world is, if someone donate the money through the the non-profit organization, and then they minting the coin, and through the non-profit organization wallet, and that can goes to the whoever needs the help, and that transparently they can just find out where the money goes exactly, and then where the money coming from. They can track every single thing. So I think this can help a lot, utilizing blockchain NFT technology to you guys to help the world and make a better world.
Right, thank you for your answer. Here is one interesting question from the audience, what I have already got. Because there are still a lot of countries that have difficulty using the internet. So how should this country approach the NFT or metaverse, the business?
Yeah, so I've been donating my money to individual, not the organization. How they do it is, we have a digital wallet here, and this wallet is not belongs to each one of you. This wallet is like this Ethereum wallet independent, like a decentralized bank. So your wallet is there, and then all you have to do to help them out, whoever needs our help, if they don't have internet or they don't have any power to have this token, all they have to have is the paper and then private key, the passport. So this wallet is decentralized. Nobody can control it. Nobody, no one. So through this private key and private wallet, that they can write down the paper passcode, which is private key, and then whoever needs them help, they can just send it through the letter. If they don't have power or internet, they can write it down and then on the paper and then send it to them. As long as they have the paper and private key, they can cash that out or sell it or use that money to whoever needs help, like physically. So that's the way to actually we can help them out through the NFT and blockchain if whoever needs our help. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Now let's move on to Mr. Brian. You have mentioned that about the big data, and I am totally agree with you because also the sports field, the big data is very important. But there is also issue about the data protection. So do you have any opinion about the data protection? How to we solve this problem?
That's a big one. Again, in our job, okay, we value it a lot. We're working with people. So obviously, confidentiality is one of the reasons why company and candidate go through us. Korea has one of the strongest data protection policy, at least in APAC and potentially globally, because every time we're working on a global database or global transition, they come to Korea first to see what is doable, because if it's doable in Korea, most likely it's doable everywhere. So protecting data of our individuals, candidate, client, is critical. We talk about the fact that nobody can access, it's all encrypted and protected. That's the thing, it's a partnership also in data protection. I'm not an IT guy, so I'm always a bit worried at times because I'm thinking if today is unbreakable, what about in 10 years from now? Because those guys are accelerating very fast, and all we know that, as I said, the antivirus is always in reaction to the virus. Like for COVID, Pfizer came after COVID, or Moderna. So the risk is if you accelerate data going everywhere, you can click on, I open all the cookies, or I don't want to share that. You might click that, but one day you forget. One day you go too fast on your phone. One website might be not that transparent and get you outsmarted on how to collect data. I don't have an answer on how we can control it. I think that, like everything, there is a reality. We have to be smarter when we use phones. We have to be smarter when we go to those websites. We cannot just think that we are outplayed. We have to learn. We have to accept the fact that today, when you go to a website, if you go to e-booking, but the next day on your Facebook page, you're going to have the best hotels in Seoul. That's the reality. I don't think it's necessarily bad. You just have to make sure that you go to your parameter and you have to educate people. So schools have to reprogram, reteach new things. Managers have to educate. Companies have to tell their employees, be careful. Yeah, it's a work.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your answering. All right. So here's a question from the audience. In the changing environment, what is the prioritizing that the young applicant or job seeker to prepare, in particular in field of sports, or overally?
No, but thank you. I think it's I partly answered at the beginning when I say know yourself first. I say it's very important to understand what you want to do and what you study to do. Okay, because we tend to be better at doing things we love. That's a fact. Okay. So if you push yourself in something just because you hear that your friends are making money there, or because you heard that the easy way, is hardly going to work on the long run. So my advice for all the young graduates we have, or all the interns we have, is take a first job. You hear everywhere, choose your boss, don't choose a job. I disagree big time on this one. Choose a job that you're going to have fun because you're going to learn faster. Then if you're good at it, your boss is going to love you either way. So don't worry. Your boss, if you perform, will like you. So, and you will perform if you do something that you are skilled for and that you love. Then the rest will come. So And because you can take short-term contract, you can take a 6-month contract, you can take a 3-month contract, try different jobs, have fun trying different opportunities, and figure it out. Okay, a career is a journey. You're not going to arrive at the age of 60 overnight. Okay, so you're going to go from 24 to 60, 65, 70, maybe later on. It's a journey. Enjoy the path and accept that you're going to be up and downs, but learn at every step. But yeah, go for the experience. I don't think you should go for the boss at the beginning. Your boss will like you if you perform.
All right, thank you very much. I'm really impressed with the Mr. Journey. All right, as you know, we are the career conference, so it's maybe my last question for all of you. What's your advice for our young leader who want to work in the sports field, in international sports field? And all right, Mr. Victor, you have the floor first.
Sports field. I'm not expert at sports field, but I like to say to young generation, like he said. For myself, I used to be I'm from Las Vegas, and then I was in a hotel major, a graduate hotel school, and then I was a director, and then been hotel business for 10 years, and then I keep studying about this. I'm meeting these new customers with who's from Silicon Valley, all these CEOs, the kings from Saudi Arabia. I meet those are my clients, and then I heard about the Bitcoin when I was 2014 and 15, and I jumped into blockchain, and I was so into it, and then I changed my career to the advising this the blockchain technology and the project when no one knows about it. So I think what he said, he pretty much said everything. Have any experience, a lot of experience. Try different jobs. Do what you want to do. Keep dreaming. Keep pushing. Through the AI technology, it's really sad, but a lot of human job will be gone. I like to say 30 to 40% job will be gone next 10 years. That's sad, but that's gonna be happening. So we should be prepared for that, and then we should think about what can we do for our next generation, and then what can we do for as an entrepreneur, what can we do for them? So I think that's just keep pushing, do what you got to do, have a lot of experience, and then build up your own ecosystem. I think that's what I can tell for next generation. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. And Dr. Jui, do you have any opinion for the young leaders who want to work in international sports field?
Yes. The International Olympic Committee, IOC, is the main organization in the international sport field. So that now is currently IOC is the operating and focusing on the safeguarding and athlete mental health supporting program and anti-doping education program. So in my opinion, so if you have a specialized in this area, you will have a diversity opportunity, so that you need to focus on the IOC, what they are going and what they are focusing. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Just recent safeguarding and mental health is a key point. Yeah. And do you have any comment you want to add?
Even from the sports side, and I think you can take it on every leadership, we talk about diversity and inclusion. I think that if you want to be a leader in today's world, you need to embrace those values, and you need to understand that they're not just a poster on a website or in an office, but they are going to have to be a reality of day-to-day. Leaders will be measured on how well they perform in diversity and inclusion. So you have to understand that is a key topic that you'll be challenged upon as a leader. And the second one is when we talk about the demographics. When you become a leader today, you're going to be working with people that are potentially the age of your parents, and some will be the age of your younger sisters and brothers. And as a leader, you're going to have to be able to be agile enough to make all those people buy into the same vision, the same purpose, and make them excited and perform and engage in day-to-day work, and that will apply to any sectors. But the last tips, and I'll finish on that maybe for the sports, it's if you like gaming, keep doing so, because apparently the trend will be to do the Olympic Games maybe one day online. So being good at this would help as well, because if you're a leader and you understand gaming, that would certainly make you very successful, and maybe a gold medal. We'll have another one in a room one day.
All right. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, Mr. is up there. All right. Okay. This is what we have prepared today, and so today's session, as Mr. Yu said, I hope that all the talent who dream of the becoming international sports expert will be an opportunity to establish the career pathway and strategy today. And I thank you very much for today. I really appreciate your previous comment and word. Thank you very much.
네, 감사합니다.
So thank you
자,
very much.
진행자님과 모든 패널분들 고맙습니다.
I'd like to thank
저희
all the
이
moderator
세션
as
1
well as the
종료하면서요.
panelists.
모든
I'd like to
연사님들의
close
단체 사진
this
촬영을
session,
먼저
but
진행하겠습니다.
we will have to
세션
have
1, 2, 3에
for group
함께해 주신 모든
session.
연사님들께서요.
So
사진
all the
촬영을 위해
speakers
무대
of
위로
all
잠시 올라와
sessions,
주시기 바랍니다.
Session 1, 2, and 3. So all the speakers, please come up to the stage for photo taking.
무대 위에서 찍나요? 아니면 무대 아래에서, 무대 위에서, 네, 무대 위로 올라와 주시기
Please
바랍니다.
come on to the stage for the photo shoot.
네, 다들 마스크를 쓰고 계시니까 저희 활짝
So we
웃으면서
are
사진
all
촬영하겠습니다.
wearing a
눈으로 많이
mask,
웃어주세요.
So please smile with your eyes so that it will show in the photo.
작가님 저희 화이팅 한번 할까요? 하나 둘 셋 하면 제가
Shall
할게요.
we all
하나
come
둘
up
셋
fighting
화이팅!
together?
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you all.
네, 지금 시각 오후 3시 11분인데요. 저희 잠시 휴식 시간 가진 뒤 3시 25분에 다음 세션 시작하겠습니다. 3시 25분에 다음 세션 시작하겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
3:25.
네, 잠시 사운드 체크 좀 하겠습니다. 혹시 제 목소리 들리시죠? 제가 음소거 해제 요청을 드리겠습니다. 음소거 해제 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 이상은님 마이크 해제 좀 부탁드리겠습니다. 제가 음소거 해제 요청 드렸거든요. 네, 감사합니다. 말씀 한번 해봐 주시겠어요? 네, 잠시만요. 그래서 진행하셔야 되잖아요. 아, 네, 감사합니다. 네. 네, 화면 공유는 네, 문제 없는 것 같습니다. 이제 사운드만 테스트하면 될 것 같습니다. 잠시만 기다려 주십시오. 네. 말씀 좀
화면 공유도 멈추면 되는 거죠? 지금?
네, 일단은 뮤트 해 놓도록 하겠습니다. 이따가도 그 음소거 버튼 눌러 주시고 말씀해 주시면 발표해 주시면 되실 것 같습니다.
네.
네.
네, 잠시 후 세션 2가 시작됩니다.
will
아직 행사장
begin
밖에 계신
session
분들께서는
2 shortly.
안으로 들어오셔서 자리에 앉아주시기
So
바랍니다.
those who are standing in the hall, please come to the room and be seated.
네, 저희 말씀드린 3시 25분이 됐습니다.
As I
온라인과
told you,
오프라인으로
now
동
it is 3:25.
네,
So
온라인과
we are
오프라인으로 동시에
streaming
진행되고
the
있는 오늘 컨퍼런스 이제
event
세션 2
online and offline,
시작하겠습니다.
and so we will begin session
네,
2.
세션 2는 국내외 국제
Session
스포츠
2 is
기구의
prepared to
국제 스포츠
introduce
관련
various
다양한
international
사업과
sports
커리어
businesses
프로그램을
and
소개하는
career
세션인데요.
programs at
자,
a
이번
local
세션
and a
첫
number of
번째
local and
발제자를
international
소개합니다.
sports organizations.
첫 번째는
I'd like to
대한체육회
invite the
김성아
first speaker,
국제교류부
Mr.
과장님의
김성아,
발제
Head of
듣겠습니다.
International
김성아 과장님
Relations
무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
Department at the Korea Sport and Olympic Committees. Please come to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. 네, 먼저 그 ISF 국제 스포츠 커리어 컨퍼런스에 다시 한번 이렇게
I'm very
불러주신 ISF
pleased and I'd like
관계자분들,
to
유승민
thank the
회장님,
organizer
비롯한
and the
ISF
president
관계자분들께 진심으로
Yoo-seung-min and his
감사드립니다.
staff for inviting me to this important
작년에
event.
이어서 올해 두 번째로
Following
저희
last
이제
year,
대한체육회에서 시행하고 있는
this is the
국제
second
스포츠
event
커리어
of its
프로그램에
kind,
대해서
and
설명을 하게
I'd like to
됐는데요.
explain the
큰 골자를
international sports career
말씀드리자면 사실
program.
작년에 대비해서
The essence
엄청난
is
그런 구조가
that
바뀌거나 그러진 않았습니다. 다만
there has been
코로나
no
상황이 좀
significant
이어지고
change
있다
to the
보니까
program.
이거 관련해서
Now we
조금씩
are
조금씩
living in
변경되는
the era of COVID-19, and so small changes have been made to the program.
기본적인 내용을 좀
And
설명드리고
I'd
난
like to
다음에
briefly
다시
explain
한번
the
말씀드리도록
program,
하겠습니다.
what it is.
네, 저는 아까 소개를 받은 대한체육회 국제교류부에서
So my name is Kim
스포츠
Song-ah.
외교
I'm
관련
head of
업무를
International
담당하고 있는
Relations
김성아입니다.
Department
다시
at
한번 만나서
Korea
반갑습니다.
Sport and Olympic Committee. I'm very pleased to meet you all.
네, 오늘 발표는 먼저 저희 대한체육회
This is the
국제교류부가
agenda
어떤 업무를
I'd
하고
like
있는지
to
간단히 좀
cover.
소개를
I'd like to
드리고자
briefly
합니다.
explain
그래서 업무 소개를 좀
the
드리고요.
Korea's
저희가 국제
Sport and
스포츠
Olympic
양성
Committee,
관련해서 크게 두 가지
KSOC.
큰 사업이 있습니다.
And we have
첫
a
번째가
very
이제
big
국제 스포츠 기구
high-level
기출
two
지원이라는
tasks.
사업명인데
The first
쉽게 생각해서
one
국제기구
is
인턴십
to
사업이라고
support
생각하시면 될 것 같습니다.
the dispatch of
다음으로는
the Korean personnel
각
to
회원 종목
international
단체의
sports
전문성 강화를
organizations.
위해서
And the
두 가지
second
국제 업무
mission we
전문인력과
have
동계
is
종목
to
대외 협력관이라는 두
reinforce
가지 사업
talents
글자
to
이름으로
become the
진행
leaders
중인 사업이
in
있습니다.
international
이 사업에 대해서 좀
sports
소개를
business.
드리도록
I'd like to
하겠습니다.
explain these two big businesses.
먼저 저희 대한체육회
This
국제교류부의
is
업무
the
소개를 좀
organization structure
진행하겠습니다.
of the
저희
International Affairs
대한체육회는 국제
Division at
관련
Korea
업무를
Sports
총
Olympic
소관하는
Committee.
국제본부라는
We
게
have
있습니다. 이제
high-level
국제본부가
international
있고요.
affairs
국제본부 안에
division,
제가
which
속해
is
있는
in charge of
국제교류부와
international
올림픽
business.
아시안
Under
게임즈
the
각종 국제 대회를
division,
이제
and we have
종합적으로
two
담당하는
departments.
국제대회부
One is
두
International
개의
Relations
부서로
Department,
구성되어
where I
있습니다.
belong, and the other one is the International Relations Games
국제교류부는 지금
Department.
이제 남북체육교류 TF팀까지 포괄하고 있는데요.
So this
크게 이제 세 가지
first
카테고리로
International
업무를
Relations
나눠서 진행하고
Department,
있습니다.
which
먼저
includes
이제
this
스포츠 외교 관련
South and
업무를
North
하고
Korea,
있고 스포츠 외교 활동.
the sports
두 번째가
exchange
이제
program.
본
We
스포츠
have
코리아
different
컨퍼런스랑
types of
굉장히 내용이
businesses. The
부합하는
first business
국제
is the
스포츠
sports
이제 양성
diplomacy,
관련
and the
업무가
second business
있습니다.
is
그리고
to
마지막으로
develop
국제교류
talents
활성화
for international
업무입니다.
sports
크게 세
business,
가지
and the
카테고리로
third
좀 저희
task
업무를
is to promote international
진행하고
relations.
있습니다. 먼저 스포츠 외교 활동입니다.
Let's look at
말
the
그대로
first
스포츠
sports
외교 관련
diplomacy
업무입니다. 국제
activities.
스포츠 기구를 대상으로 해서
So we
총회
work with
참석이라든지 각종 이제 주요
international
인사들 간의
sports
교류라든지 그런
organizations.
활동을
So
하고
we
있습니다.
have
그리고
been
정부와 이제
engaged
MLC,
in
내셔널 올림픽
holding
기간
the
스포츠
General
교류
Assemblies,
정책을
and so
하고
we have
있고요.
dispatched our
저희
personnel to
대한체육뿐만
these
아니라
events.
저희 이제 각 회원
Not
종목
only
단체가
KSOC, but also
종목별
other
국제연맹
local
총회
sports-related
참석하는 국제회의
agencies
참가 또 이제 국내 초청을 하는
are
그런 사업을 지원하고
participating in this
있습니다.
type of
그리고
business. We
개도국
are
스포츠
extending the
발전
whole
지원 사업 이제
support
ODA
to
사업도
this
저희가 스포츠 외교 활동의
activity.
일환으로 진행을 하고 있습니다. 두 번째 국제 스포츠 인재
And the
양성입니다.
second
제일 먼저
business is to
그
develop
한국인
the
IOC 위원 활동
talents
및
to
종목별
become
국제기구 임원 진출에
the
저희가
leaders
필요한
in
회의
international
참석
sports community,
비용이라든지 또는 이제
we
총괄 활동을 지원하고
finance
있습니다. 두
the
번째가 이제 조금 이따
appointment
설명드릴
this
국제 스포츠
Korean
기구
personnel
기술
to
지원
become
사업인데요.
executives
저희
of
국제기구
the
대상으로 저희
international
한국에서
sports
적정한 인원을
organizations.
선발해서 파견하는 그런
We have
인턴십 사업이라고 보시면
selected the
되겠습니다.
qualified
다음이
personnel
이제
and then
국제
we
업무
send
전문
them
인력, 동계
to
종목
these
대회 협력 단체,
organizations.
헤어 종목 단체 전문성 제고를 위한
And also
전문 인력 양성 사업이고요.
we
마지막으로
developed
저희가 이제 이런 각종
the
국제 스포츠 관련
qualified
정보를
the
담아내고 있는
personnel
국제
to
스포츠
become
정보
the
섹터
very
홈페이지를 운영을
qualified
하고 있습니다.
employees of this organization. So we even set up
저희
a
마지막 카테고리입니다.
website.
이제 국제교류
This is the
활성화
last
국제
business
스포츠 이벤트
category
유치를
is
역량
to
강화를
promote
위해서
international relations.
위한 업무들을 하고 있는데요.
And so
단순하게
we
설명드리자면
are
이제
engaged in the
다가오는
various
2024 강원 동계 청소년
businesses.
올림픽 대회 준비라든지
So for example, though, we are preparing for the 2024 the Gangwon Winter Youth Olympic Games. We extend the support to the pilot projects. And also we promote the international relations involving in the different types of programs that are related to the various international sports organizations.
이상 저희 국제교류본부에
So
대해서
I've
소개를 좀
just
드렸고요.
briefly
먼저
explained
다음으로
the
이제
three
국제
main
스포츠
businesses
지원
of
사업에
the
대해서 좀
international
소개를
relations
드리겠습니다.
department.
계속 말씀드리지만 이건 국제기구 대상으로
The
저희가
next
보내는
one is
인턴십 사업이라고 이해를
this
하시면
is
되겠습니다.
internship
파견
program
목적은
to
국제
send
스포츠
our
기구,
personnel
스포츠
to
인재
international
파견을 통한
sports
국제 스포츠 인재
agencies.
양성을 목적으로 하고
This
있습니다.
is the
파견
goal
기간은
of
최소
this
6개월에서
business.
1년 단위로 추진하고
We
있고요.
send this
다만 이제
personnel
해당
at
국가의
least
비자
for
발급
6
조건을
months up to
고려해서
the 1 year.
파견 기구와 협의 후에 최종
And then so we
결정하게
have
됩니다.
negotiations with
파견
the
대상은
relevant
체육단체
organizations, and then
국제
so we
종합
select the
경기
right
메달리스트,
personnel and then
국제
send
스포츠
them
인재
to
등 대상으로 하고
those
있습니다. 파견
organizations.
조건은 이제 파견자의 왕복 항공료,
And then so
체제비,
we
의료비,
pay for
생활준비금,
the
기국이
just
전비 등을
airfare
지원하고
and then
있습니다.
other just travel expenses and then so living
프로그램 시작
expenses
절차는
and also the
기본적으로 국내
expenses for
체육단체에서
them to
국제
come back
기구를
to
섭외하는
Korea.
경우가 주로 있습니다. 그래서 국내
The
체육단체에서
other
파견
business
대상자
we are
파견 지원
engaged in
요청을
is to
대한
support the
수익회를
dispatch of
한다면은
Koreans
저희가
to
파견
international
조건및
sports
실행 가능 예산
organizations.
검토 후에
And so
파견
whenever
예모를
the
결정을
local
해서
organizations
파견자를 선발하고
select
파견
their
지원 및
own personnel
공급을
to be
관리를
sent
한다고
to
보시면
the
되겠습니다.
organizations.
단적인 예로 대한축구협회가
For
피파랑 논의를
example,
해서
the local
피파에 한 명을
Korean
보내게
So
됐습니다.
football
그럼 저희들이
association,
요청을 하면은 저희가
so
특정
they
인원을
have
선발해서
negotiations with
피파에
the
보낸다고
FIFA, and then they
보시면
have
되겠습니다.
selected their own
이런 루트가
personnel.
있는
Then so
반면에
we review
최근에는
the
코로나
qualification of
때문에
those
국제
personnel.
연맹들과의
Then
그런
we
협의도
just
원활하지
extend the
않은
financial
부분이라서
support
저희가
to this
직접
organization
나서서
to
파견
actually
기구를 좀 섭외를
dispatch
하고
this
있습니다.
personnel to this relevant organization.
세부 파견 대상 기구는 기본적으로 이제
And then these
그
are the
동호회
eligible
국제 연맹이
organizations
타겟입니다.
who
동하계 올림픽 종목
can send their
아시안 게임 종목 대상
personnel
국제
to
연맹을
these
타겟으로
organizations.
하고요. 이제
The
NOC
main-
관련 기구로 이제 IOC라든지
main organizations,
ENG,
international
그리고 다른 국가의
federations,
이제 그 NOC
which
국가올림픽
are
위원회를
participating in the summer and the winter Olympics, and
보고
as well as the
그래서 이제
Asian
동하계
Games,
올림픽 경기라든지 동하계
and also the
아시아 경기대회,
NOC National
그리고
Olympic
동하계
Committee
유니버시아드
related
조직위원회도 저희가
so
파견
organizations
대상
are
기구로
eligible for
설정을
this
하고
business.
네, 주요 스포츠 기구 파견 실적입니다.
This is the
저희가,
history of
많게는
how
1년에
many
4명, 그리고
people
보통
have
최소
been
2명 이상은
sent
매년
to the
보내고
international
있습니다.
organizations.
2014년도에
At least
보시면
2
스포츠
to 4
국제
people have
양궁연맹,
been
국제
dispatched
펜싱
to
연맹,
international
그리고 OCM
organization
이렇게
every
4명을
year.
보낸 걸 시작을 해서 매년 이제
This
2명에서
business
3명 보내고
was
코로나가
launched in
시작된
2014.
2020년에도
In
저희가 이제
2014,
작년
4
같은 경우도
people
국제
were
도핑
dispatched.
검사기구와 아이스트 2명 보냈고
And
올해도 이제
20
ITA와 이제 국제 볼링 연맹
So
2명을
2020, that we
지금
also
저희가
sent,
또
even
이따
under
설명드릴
the
건데
COVID-19
세계
situation, we
양궁연맹
sent
파견권을 지금
2
진행 중에
people.
있습니다.
Then
그래서
we are
올해도
in the
지금 3명을
negotiation
목표로 진행
with
중에 있는
sending
상황입니다.
the
그리고
people, 2 people
2017년도에
from the
캐나다
international
NOC가 있는데 여기 파견은 이제
to
제가
International Archery Federation.
드리겠습니다.
Then later I will give you
국제
more details.
스포츠 기구에 활동을 하게 되면은 그 기구에서 설정해준
And
업무를
then when
수행하신다고
those
보시면
personnel are
됩니다.
sent to
지금 이제
these
사진에 나와 있는
organizations,
이제
they will
양혜민
be
씨 같은
assigned
경우는 이제 국제
the new
스포츠
tasks
과학기술대학교
for them
대학원의
to
이제
do.
아이스트에
This is
어떻게 보면
one
학교
personnel,
행정직원으로
the
가 있다고
Ellie.
보시면 됩니다.
She
예,
is
가서
now working on the
1년간
administrative
공부를
tasks.
원활하게 잘 수행을 해서
So she has
1년 인정을 하게
successfully
됐고
completed
아이스트에서
her
너무
work
이렇게 마음에
for
들어서
last 1 year.
이제 정직원
Then
채용이 됐어요. 이렇게 가는 경우들이
ITA,
최근에 좀
then
많이 벌어지고 있어서
they
저희는
just
이
really
사업이
liked
좀
her
성공적인 그런
performance, then so
자리를
they
잡아가고 있지
resumed
않나 판단을 하고 있습니다.
her contract.
양혜민 혜은씨 외에도
So
지금 이제
Hyun-yang,
WBSC 국제 야구 소프트볼
in addition to her, the
그 세계 야구연맹에 있는
another
이준희
staff,
다 저희
Park
사업
Eun-byul
통해가지고
and Lee
인정받아서
Jun-hee,
정직원이 된 케이스들이거든요.
have been sent
점점 저희
to
사업을 통해서
international organizations.
CS에서
They
자리하러 가시는 분들이
have
늘어나고
shown
있어요.
very great
저희는 그런
performance,
부분을
and they
굉장히
have
좀
become
긍정적으로 보고 있습니다.
permanent
옆에 있는
employees of
IT에
those
가 계신 윤혜영 씨
organizations.
같은 경우도
그래서
파견
윤혜영
가시고부터 이제 거기에
also
바로 코로나가 터져가지고 주로 이제
was sent to
재택근무
international
사상으로
organization,
일을
but
주로 하시다가
unfortunately,
올해부터는
after
올림픽
the
대회에서
outbreak of the
테스팅
COVID-19,
일정도
she
일이
had
워낙
to
많아서
work at
다시
home,
오프라인으로 출근하고 있다고
but
하더라고요. 네, 그렇게
she's
업무를 수행하고 있고.
currently
이제
working
아래는 이제 제가
online
캐나다
for the
유니버시티 파견 갔을 때
organization.
이제 사진들입니다. 제가
And another
2017년도에
photo.
갔었는데요.
So I actually
2018 평창
visited Canada in
동계올림픽을 앞두고 있는 시점이라서 또
2017
아시겠지만 캐나다는 동계
in
스포츠
preparation
강국이거든요.
for
그래서
the
저는
Winter
캐나다에
Olympics
있으면서
for
그
Pyeongchang.
Canada의
So during my
평창
stay in
동계올림픽
Canada,
참가하면
I
숙소
benchmarked
섭외라든지
many things like
수송
accommodation of
선수단 장비라든지
accommodation
이런 업무를
arrangement and then
하면서
transportation of
근무를 같이
equipment and
했었습니다.
infrastructure for the Winter Olympic Games.
네, 지금 이제 올해 마지막 건으로 진행 중인
This is the last
국제
mission for this
파견입니다.
year.
세계 양궁 연맹에 지금 파견이 진행 중이고요.
We
내일이
are
연서 마감일입니다.
in the process of
지원
reviewing
자격을
the
보시면 저희가
qualified
이제
personnel
그
to be
파견하는
sent to the
지구마다
World
지구에서
Archery.
원하는 그런 인재상들이 있습니다. 그래서
So depending on
그
the
지원 자격이라든지
organization
조건이 좀
to
파견
which
기구마다
we will
상이하게
send the
나오는 경우도
people, they
있습니다.
have
네,
different
이번
requirements.
세계
That depending
양궁
on
연맹 같은
these
경우는
different conditions, we
코칭을
are
조금 겸할
selecting
수
the
있는
right
사람들을 원하다
person.
보니까
They
선수 경력을 요구할 수밖에
want
없습니다. 보통 이제
the
이런
people
경우들이
to
많은 경우도
become
있는데 보통
trainer.
이제 그
So we have
종목이
to meet
ESF
those
때문에 그 종목을 좀 잘
conditions
알거나
and the requirements.
선수 생활 경력까지 요구하는 경우는
And sometimes
사실 드문
those
경우긴 합니다. 근데 이번 이제 세계
institutions
양궁
require the
선수
people
경력
who
자원을 좀
already
요구하더라고요.
have
그래서
worked
그
as
정도로 진행이 될
professional
경우는 잘 안 되고
athletes.
이런 이제 국제기구 파견권 나올 때마다
So
세부 지원
to
과정을
send the right
ESF와
people, we have to find out the right personnel and then review them and then send them to the relevant organizations. The next business is to develop the people who will be in charge of international business.
사업 대상은 정회원 종목단체고요. 사업
So here the purpose is to develop the right talents to undertake this international business, and then eligible organizations of official support of international events. And then we provide these organizations, local organizations, with financial support for their employment. And then even we hold the semi-annual workshop. We have sent 40 people in 39 sports. Currently, we have 16 contract workers and 24 full-time workers. The number of full-time workers has been growing. I believe that this type of business has already settled down in the different organizations. This is related to support the Winter Olympic Games. Though we provide the personnel to undertake the international cooperation business for the Winter Olympic Games and the other Winter Games. So we target these 7 sports for the Winter Olympic Games. So for your reference, whenever we send these people to these organizations, or when we recruit new qualified personnel, so we make a promotion, and also we conduct this recruitment process by using our website we have built. So for your reference, you can visit here, then you can gather more information from this website. So this closes my presentation. This is the photos. I actually visited Tokyo 2020 Olympic Games. This was the first of its kind which has been held under the COVID-19 outbreak situation. Despite the many difficulties, it was a very experience for fun. Thank you very much.
네, 김성화 과장님 고맙습니다.
Thank you for your
자,
presentation, Mr.
다음은
Kim Sung-han.
국민체육진흥공단 한승훈 체육인재육성팀 과장님 발제
from
듣겠습니다.
Korea
한승훈
Sports
과장님 박수로
Promotion
모시겠습니다.
Foundation, please give him a big hand. Nice to meet you all. So I'm from Korea Sports Promotion Foundation, KSPO. My name is Han Seung-hoon, and I will talk about how we are nurturing the sport talents. So recently we had a lot of reshuffling in our program. Actually, we started this program in 2008, but due to the recent development in the COVID situation, we had a lot of changes in our program. So I will first look into the start of this program that began in 2008, and then talk about the key points of our program that has changed in 2021. So as I said, this GSLP program, the International Sports Talent Nurturing Program, has started in 2008. And we focused on training the retired athletes and also helping them get the certificates to be the trainers. So that was our key focus at the beginning. And when we won the bidding of the Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games, we started to provide the language training for our athletes and their entourage. And with the winning of the Pyeongchang Olympic Games, we started to enhance the global competency of our sport talents and to equip them with skills needed to work in international organizations. And as we adopted this program of GSLP, we understood that we need to have a customized curriculum that meets the needs of international sports organizations. And we thought that it is very important to understand the jobs and skills of those international sports organizations. So we did a job analysis, and to do that, we have first defined the term of international sports organizations. So you can see that international sports organizations are the ones that perform the international sports related events or activities. And we looked into the job posting of those organizations to understand what are the jobs needed in those organizations. And based on that, we did a interview with international sports organization experts to identify different types of jobs needed at those organizations. So this is the 23 different types of job categories required at these international sports organizations. So we have defined total 23 job types based on actual hiring and the importance of those jobs. So you can see the media communication, IT system management, general affairs, and etc. The gray bar is the analysis is based on the job analysis, and the blue bar is based on the recruitment. So with the COVID-19 pandemic, you can see that the number of recruitment has increased in IT system management. So you can see there were the biggest growth in the recruitment for the IT system management. So we have done that kind of analysis for job types, and then we found what are the competitive advantages required for different international organizations. So we identified 3 points needed for those competitive advantages. First, we found that we have to enhance the recruitment competency at organizations and then give people chance to acquire expertise in those job categories and then provide the on-site, the field related trainings. So for those 23 job types that we have identified and based on our learnings, since 2021, we have revised our education program. So we have the domestic program and the overseas program, and you can see there are 5 different categories in there. So for domestic, we have the language program, the job program, and the next generation executive training. And for overseas, we have the overseas training, but due to COVID-19, it is converted to the online training. And we also have the overseas diploma related program. So one of the participants here with us was getting this online overseas training program. But due to time constraint today, we are going to focus today on the second category in this table, and also on the overseas training category. For the job-related training, it is to train people about the practical skills needed. This started this year in July. We provide like 2 months of skill-related theoretical training, and then it will be followed by the site training, where people will be sent to the actual work sites. And out of all the trainees, we have selected 11 outstanding students to send them to actual or work sites. So there are various international organizations, like 8 in total, including the International Student Sports Federation, where we have sent those students. And we have the overseas training program, but due to COVID-19, we couldn't send our student there, and we have MOU signed with an institution in Florida, and we are currently having this program online. It is like over 2 months, and that kind of overseas training now is provided through Zoom from the institution in Florida. So now we are in about 13th year since we have been providing this program. Now we have provided to about 1,000 students, and President Yu and all the other great figures are now working for various international sports organizations, including the International Swimming Federation, and etc. And there are a lot of possible opportunities in the future. So I will now go into my second presentation deck. Actually, I have prepared 2 presentation decks. So this is the second deck. So we had the outbreak of COVID situation since the end of 2019. And due to difficulties caused by the pandemic, we have created this online and offline combined training system called Kspo Edu. And the program that I have just mentioned is also provided through this Kspo Edu. So this is the screen that you see from PC. This website was opened this July, so you can see that there are different tabs like regular curriculum and special curriculum. So overseas training, that is in the regular program curriculum, and online training is also provided through this platform. So this is a hybrid and integrated training platform. And there is the open, you can see the tab that is titled open lecture. So when I say open lecture, it is not just for the athletes or sports related people, but anybody, even the general public, if they have interest in these classes, they can just take those classes. They can use various contents and build up interest in sports. So we have uploaded like 300 contents on that tab. So there are some programs about sports equipment, and you can see that there are programs for those with the sports trainer certificates and etc. This is the screen that you will see from the mobile access. It is possible to take classes from your mobile phone. So you can get the trainer's certification program from this. And there are various programs that you can take 24/7. So this was provided since this July. We have developed this at Kspo and enrolled it to the people in the sports field and the general public. So here you can apply for the program and also take the class and get the completion certificates and etc. So all the sports-related human resource promotion programs will be provided through this K-Sport Edu, our integrated training website. So we want to ask for your attention and support. Thank you.
네, 한승훈 과장님의 발제 잘
So,
들었습니다.
Mr. Han, thank
세
you very
번째는
much. And the third
2023
presenter
전북 아태 마스터스
is
대회
Mr. Moon
조직위원회
Jong-sun, Director of
문종선
International
대외협력
Relations
본부장님
Division of Organizing
발제됐습니다.
Committee of
박수로
Jeonbuk Asia
맞이해주시기
Pacific
바랍니다.
Master Games 2023. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. I'm very pleased to meet you all. My name is Moon Jong-sun, Director of International Relations Division of Organizing Committee of Jeonbuk Asia Pacific Masters Games 2023. So we had a hard time in hosting this event. However, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we didn't have a chance to actively promote the event. Therefore, I'm very pleased to have this opportunity actively promote this event. So thank you very much. This is the agenda of my presentation. I'd like to introduce what is the Asia Pacific Masters Games and the Jeollabuk-do province, how we prepare for this event, how can we connect this sports event to tourism business in Jeollabuk-do. And then I will show you the video clip to deliver you the kind of atmosphere of this festival.
실패하면 어때? 다시 하면 되지.
실패하면 어때? 다시 하면 되지.
실패하면 어때? 다시 하면 되지. 냉혹한 승부의 세계에서 우리의 경쟁은 조금 다릅니다. 영원한 승자도 패자도 없습니다. 우리 모두가 주인공이 됩니다. 2023년 5월 대한민국 전라북도에서 2023 전북 아시아 태평양 마스터스 대회 짜릿한 전율 함께하는 기쁨 뜨거운 열정 오랜 시간 기다려온 간절함 모두의 꿈은 소중하기에 이곳에선 꿈을 향해 뛰는 모두가 선수입니다. 세계 생활체육인의 도전만큼 빛나는 화려한 축제 재미있는 축제 맛보고 싶고 즐기고 싶은 여행까지 행복한 시간은 끊임없이 이어집니다. 지금까지와는 다른 추억이 함께할 세계 생활체육인들의 대축제 2023 전북 아시아 태평양 마스터스 대회 2023년 5월 영광의 주인공은 바로 당신. 하나된 스포츠, 즐거운 어울림. 2023 전북 아시아 태평양 마스터스 대회.
As you saw in the promotional video clip, this is a sports event. However, unlike elite sports competitions, here the players are just the normal people who are enjoying the different types of sports in their local clubs, and then they also can enjoy traveling in this area. Here, the qualification for the Masters Games is not the national team players. Retired national team players can enjoy these games. So regardless of their gender or age, everybody can participate in this event. They are not the national team players, so they have to apply for in the capacity of individual. Then they can also set up the team with people from other countries. So everybody is eligible for participating in these games. So this is a combination between the sports games, tourism, and the cultural experience. So they are professional. They are not professional players. So we don't have to build the infrastructure which have to meet the requirements of the international organizations. We can utilize the local stadiums and other infrastructure facilities that are related to sports. The hosting organization is IMGA, International Masters Games Association. This was launched in 1995 in Swiss Lausanne, and then 11 executive members are involved in the operation of the business. And the president of the IMGA is Sergei Buka. As you see on the slide, it consists of the 18 the summer games as well as 5 winter games. And then there are the 5 members. And then let's look at the sports. What types of sports are engaged in these Masters Games? The Summer World Master Games, and there is also Winter World Master Games, and also continent-based Master Games. For Asia Pacific Master Games, the first one was held in Malaysia in 2018. These games are held every 4 years. So 2018 one was the first, means that the 2020 should be the second one, but due to the pandemic, it was postponed by 1 year. Then the Jeonbuk Games will be held in 2023. And the Winter Masters Games, it was supposed to be held in the Kansai in Japan. Also 1 year postponement has been made. So let's look at the recent Master Games, World Masters Game and the continent-based Masters Games. It has been held by turn, by every year. And then the number of participants has increased. The number of the countries that are participating has also grown. And more the ordinary people who enjoy the daily sports, they are joining these events. How we prepare for this event in Jeollabuk-do. So as I told you, this event is a combination between sports games and the tourism and the cultural experience. It means that usually the participants bring their family members here, and they also involve in these tourism activities and the cultural experiences. So in 2016, in Korea, this elite sports and the daily sports have been merged into one. So since 2016, the central national government has promoted the participation of the ordinary citizens to participate in these Masters Games. Let's look at the statistics of the hosting countries of Masters Games. According to them, after the hosting of the games, the number of people who are enjoying daily sports has increased by 60% on average. So we expect once we hold this event in Jeollabuk-do, we will successfully increase the number of citizens who enjoy these daily sports by a big margin. And then as for the budget, and then so we will also generate that's a profit by holding this event. And also we can take full advantage of the current infrastructure. We can hold this event with a small budget. As I told you, when the first Asia-Pacific Masters Games was held in Malaysia, our people actually visited Malaysia. Then we benchmarked them, so we believe that with this scale that we could hold this event in Korea. So we also conducted the feasibility test, and also we got endorsement by the provincial, Jeollabuk-do Provincial Assembly, and then so we also received the actual budget, and then so we made a presentation in Switzerland, and our competitor was Thailand. This is a very strong competitor. But our organizing committee here, we had a very strong desire. Then so Thailand finally conceded to hold the next game. That they conceded this opportunity to Korea, South Korea. So we set up our organizing committee. Then so we are making full efforts to successfully hold this event. We have 14 municipalities. They are hosting 26 sports. 24 are the regular sports and 2 are the temporary sports. Then so with more than 10 billion Korean won of the budget, we are doing preparation. And the chairman of the organizing committee is the mayor of the city, and the provincial governor is taking this position of the chairman of the committee. And then the personnel, the statistics was 30, but we will increase the head counts to up to 60. So 26 sports will be held for 10 days. So we have negotiated the number of sports with the IMGA, and depending on the conditions of the hosting cities, so we are also working with the KSOC and then the sports organizations. So we estimated how many people, home and abroad, will be able to participate in these events, and also they become spectators. So we held a very big event in Iksan. So based on the previous experiences, so we made this master plan for venues. And so this is a registration fee, 110,000 won for local players, and a little bit higher, the registration fee for the foreign players. In Korea, we are not familiar with the culture, whether this so Korean local amateur athletes are not familiar to this culture of paying this registration fee. So we are thinking about the kind of some gift to be equivalent to this registration fee. However, So for the sake of the kind of the right planning for the competition, so we decided to charge this registration fee, both local and the foreign players. The Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, they asked us to reduce the total number of participants. We cut down on our estimated participants and as well as the spectators. So 50% will come from the other countries, the locally. So 15% will come from Jeollabuk-do and the 35% from other cities and provinces. And this is our estimated investment is about 7.5 billion won, which is translated to the $7 million. And then the total spending by visitors will be about 29.5 billion won, which is translated 26 million. Then we expect the kind of the financial effect of this one will be 10 times bigger than our investment. And also in terms of the job creation effects of these events, so we hope that more than 1,000 jobs will be created. I had a chance to visit Hotsman World Senior Games. I happened to meet with the archery player who actually competed with our national archery medalist, Kim Soon-young. So I got the idea about the kind of the holding a rematch between these two old veterans. So for the local, the overseas promotion strategies, we are opening the new websites to make a very active promotion. And so let's skip more pages here. This one, the topic is sustainable development of the Masters Games. We had a chance to hold Korea Masters Games. So many well-known players, once they have retired, they won't have any more chance to just involve in this official competitions. So if we hold the Korean Masters Games, so we will provide them with very good opportunities to play in this international, the Masters Games. So also, we are working with IMGA to conduct more active promotion. And we also have a plan to develop referees for Masters Games for different sports. How many referees are required for each sport? So based on this data, we investigated how many referees are available in Korea. Then, so if we find that there is any gap, then so we have to ask the relevant international organizations to send their referees, and then also we have to develop some local referees to serve as international referees for these games. Then, so also we can find the opportunities to send our local personnel to these organizations. Thank you.
네, 문정선 본부장의 발표 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you for your great
마지막으로
presentation, Mr.
이번 세션
이제
이제
We have the
발제는
last
화상으로 저희가
presenter
준비를
for
했는데요.
this session.
이상은 국제
She will be
올림픽위원회
joining
영
us
리더가 지금
online. We
준비되어
have
있습니다. 화상 연결해
the
볼까요?
IOC Young Leader 이상은 joining us.
네, 이상은 영 리더는
Young Leader
영국에서
이상은, she
저희가
is
화상
joining
연결
us
준비하고
from the
있는데요.
UK.
영국은 지금 아침
And the
한
UK
7시
is
정도 됐다고
the
해요.
morning,
그러니까
like
이른
7
시간부터 저희 리허설
a.m. in
때부터
the
준비를
morning,
하고
and she
있으니까
has
그 이른
been with
시간부터
us
저희
from
컨퍼런스로
very
발제를
early
준비를 하고
time
있습니다.
to do the
화상님을 다시
rehearsal.
해보겠습니다.
So let's connect
네,
her again.
안녕하세요.
Nice to
네,
meet you.
얼굴이 지금 안 보이는데요. 영상이
We
안
don't get the
나와요.
video, we get your sound, but we are not getting your video.
대표하는 대표하고 있는 이상은입니다.
So hi, I am
저는
Sang-eun
현재
Lee.
영국
I'm representing
유니버시티
Korea
college
in
런던에서
the
재학 중이고
IOC
그래서
Young
이렇게
Leader. I
온라인으로
am
여러분을 만나뵙게
currently studying
되었습니다.
at the University of London, so that is why I'm joining
오늘은
you
IOC
through
영리더스
Zoom. So
프로그램과
today
저에
I will
대해
talk
소개하고
about the
제가
IOC Young
영리더로
Leaders Program and
성장해가질
introduce
여정을
myself
공유하고자 합니다.
and what I have done
여러분들께서
to
올림픽
become the
가치를
young leader.
바탕으로 다양한
So
기회를
there are
경험하고
various
성장의
Olympic
발판으로
values,
삼는
and
데에
then
도움이
you can
되었으면
grow on
좋겠습니다.
top of that
또
to have
앞으로
your own
다가올
career.
강원
So I
2024
hope that
동계
my
청소년
presentation can
올림픽은
help you in
특히나
that
우리가
regard.
주목해야
And
할
the
국제
upcoming
스포츠
Gangwon
이벤트인데요. 이 부분에 대해서도 짚고
2024
넘어가도록
Winter Youth
하겠습니다.
Olympic Games can be a meaningful time for all of us. So I will touch upon that
IOC
briefly.
영리더스 프로그램은
For
다음과
IOC
같이
Young
IOC
Leaders
웹사이트에
Program,
비욘드
you can
게임스
see
파트로
that
소개되어 있습니다.
it is introduced on the main website of
본
IOC.
프로그램은 IOC가
For this
2016년부터
program, it was
도입한
introduced
프로그램으로
in
국제사회 청년 리더들을
2016
선발하고
to
스포츠를
select the
활용하여
young
지역
leaders
사회의
from
긍정
the
변화를
international
일으키도록 하고자
community to
하였습니다.
have a positive
영 리더들의
impact
가장 큰
in the
임무는
international
올림픽
arena.
홍보대사로서
The biggest
각종
vision of
국제
young leaders
행사에서
is to build a
스포츠의
better
영향력을
world through
알리고
sport
IOC의
and
지원
to
자금과 교육을
get
기반으로
the
각자가
funding from
대표하는
IOC
국가에서
and all the
스포츠
support
사회공헌
from
사업을
IOC
기획하고
to
실행하는 것입니다.
plan various sport-related events in their own
IOC는
country.
영 리더들에게 다양한
IOC provides various physical and financial support to young leaders. Some of those supports are coming from Panasonic, and Sports Social Business Consulting is provided from Yunus Sport Hub as well. Yunus Sport Hub is created by Professor Yunus, who is a Nobel Prize laureate, and they provide various information and opportunities related to international sport. Through those collaborations among various players, we are getting a lot of support from IOC and those private companies. There were more than 100 young leader related programs that we have implemented through this Young Leaders Program, and we have done those programs in 56 countries, including Korea. So far we had 17 IOC young leaders who are also working as IOC commission members. And we are also contributing to the sustainable development goal of the United Nations. So all the young leaders have their own sustainable development goal that they have to focus on. Since this year, we have the newly appointed young leaders, and they will be working on their main goals for 4 years. And for the first year, which is this year, they will be identifying their tasks, and second year is where they get the most support, and they will be designing and launching their programs. And the third year is to have the additional expansion of the project for those projects that are successful, and the last year is to have the execution of the sustainable strategy for those programs. For those programs to succeed, it's very important to have the lecture or sessions provided by experts. So to give you some examples, we have design thinking, prototyping, and PIA, fundraising, and digital communication. All the basic factors required for the implementation of projects are provided. For this program, we provide the training, and also we have mentors who give support to young leaders. I also got support from 2 mentors to get practical support. For example, if NHL athletes, for example, this lady named Taylor, she has some network with NHL athletes, and the other lady on the right side, she is working with me on this project, but she's based in Singapore, and she knows a lot about this field, so she provides some mentoring to me. Now I will look into how the young leaders are selected. Before the selection process, there is the pre-training. So if you have taken that training and have taken all the required courses, you are qualified to be selected. And the selection is based on the fulfillment of those criteria and the passion. So out of 25 countries over 6 continents, we have selected those candidates, and we have the good balance of the gender in these young leaders. Now I will introduce myself and what I've done in the international sports arena. So as you can see here on IOC website, it has the introduction of individual young leaders. And I am working on 5 sustainable growth, and my key point is the number 3 of the sustainable goal, and number 5, the gender equality, and number 17, which is the global partnership. When I first became acquainted with sports was while I learned to do the short track skating when I was young, and I did short track skating and speed skating and ice hockey athlete as well. And currently I'm still enjoying ice hockey. And in the past, most of the ice hockey athletes were male. And when I was learning how to do the ice hockey, I found it quite difficult to get the chance to play it. But I wanted to change that. So that is why I became this IOC young leader and came up with ideas for the facilitation of ice hockey among young female athletes. I also learned a lot of things to be a successful international sports figure. So in the past, I did a bachelor's in international studies, and recently I have studied in the international law to understand what athletes need and how I can support them in regards to the international law. I also attended various international sports events. In 2017, I was in charge of I was working for the media center for the Ski World Cup and also worked as a staff for the 2017 IIHF. And for the 2018 Pyeongchang Olympic Games, I was the team host of the women's ice hockey. And since this year, these are my experiences as the IOC young leader. So you can see that there was the International Day for Sports and Peace. I have created video clips on this, and working with various organizations like IOC, I have done interviews and various training as well. This year, I had the chance to donate my medals and other products that I have got while competing in various international games. So you can later go to that museum to see those medals donated by myself and other athletes of the past. And we have some social activities as well. So what I am doing on my part is to have the women's ice hockey support project in Korea. And we will have the tryout session for girls training camp for youth team of the women's ice hockey team. I will be also using various networks to help the athletes develop their future career. So I have introduced to you about my experience, and the key in my journey was the Olympism-based values. So based on those Olympism values, you have to develop your own competency to become an international sports leader. Then what is the Olympic value? Olympic values are the fundamental principles of Olympism. It has excellence, respect, and friendship. In case of excellence, well, you might think that it might have some negative meaning, but it is not necessarily that. It means you are trying to have excellence in your own field by working hard. So it focuses on the hard work and endeavor. For sports, you have to put your utmost effort to get the best outcome. And actually, what is important is not the result, but the process of putting your 100%. So we have to understand those meanings behind this word to understand what we need to do to fulfill those values. Second value is respect. So when we say respect in Olympism, it means that you have to respect everyone regardless of their position or title. So while working as a young leader, I could understand that all the athletes are competing very fiercely, but when they meet each other in the locker room or in the hallway, they always show respect to each other, saying that you did such a great job and I hope to meet you in the next games and etc. So even if you meet someone playing in a different sports, we can see that they all have respect for each other, and athletes are trying to refrain from any wrongdoing or improper activities and fulfill their roles with respect to each other. And that kind of attitude, I believe, will make not just yourself to grow, but also help others around you to have a great life. The last value is friendship. It is a step forward, another step from respect. So it is having a great relations with people you meet during those sports events. And I myself have met great friends during my journey. I have met with the athletes and also their entourage and have built great relations with them. So you can meet with them outside of those sports events and have those personal friendships built out of those events. So no matter what kind of international sports events you attend in the future, I hope that you can find those friendships. In order to enhance the Olympic values, well, I think that there are many upcoming events that you can attend. One of that is the Gangwon 2024 Winter Youth Olympic Games. So it is in line. It is keeping the legacy of the Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games, and it is trying to have the full gender equality, and it is the first Asian youth Winter Games to be held. So I want to ask for your active participation. And I myself is trying to contribute to the games. And this young leaders activity is one of that kind. I hope that we can have a successful Gangwon Youth Olympic Games for the better growth of Korean sports and Korean young athletes. I will continue to create great legacy, and I want all the young people of Korea to continue that journey. I want to ask for your support in IOC Young Leaders. We have these websites and social media sites that you can go to find additional information. If you have any additional questions or inquiries, please contact me through this email address. Thank you for your attention.
네, 감사합니다. 네, 세션 2 모든 발표자분들 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 이것으로 세션 2의 모든 발표가 마쳐졌고요. 지금 시각이 4시 23분인데요. 10분 휴식 후 4시 35분에 세션 3을 이어가도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 지금 행사장답게 출출하실 것 같아서 쿠키랑 다과가 준비되어 있다고 하니까요. 들어나가셔서 다과를 즐겨주시면 됩니다. 4시 35분에 세션 3 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 혹시 제 목소리 들리십니까?
아까락합니다.
네, 말씀 한번 해주시겠습니까?
예, 마이크 테스트 하나 둘 셋.
네, 감사합니다.
하나 둘 셋. 예.
네, 화면 공유 좀 부탁드리겠습니다.
예?
화면 공유 좀 화면 공유를 지금 해주시면 되실 것 같습니다. 네, 됐고요. 잠시만요.
지금도 스크립트 화면인가요?
네, 됐습니다. 네, 이 상태로 대기하고 계셨다가
예.
네, 소개해 주시면 발표 진행하시면 되실 것 같습니다.
예, 알겠습니다.
네, 세션 3
So now we'll
시작하겠습니다.
start the
세션
session
3은
3.
국제 스포츠
The
기구에서
third
근무하는
session
실무자
is
선배들의
the time
경험담과
to
조언을
hear
듣는
from
세션인데요.
those who are currently
먼저
working
패널분들의
for
발제가
international
있겠습니다.
sports organizations.
역시
First, we will
화상으로
have
첫 번째 발제자가
presentations by our
준비되어 있는데요.
panelists.
국제
The
패럴림픽
first
위원회
presenter is joining
이영도
us
방송
through
매니저님의
Zoom.
발제
We
듣겠습니다.
have Lee Young-do
화상
from
연결돼
International
있나요?
Paralympic Committee to make the first
네,
presentation.
안녕하세요.
So nice to meet you, Mr. Young-do.
안녕하십니까.
네, 준비하신 발표 시작하시면 되겠습니다.
Please, could you start your presentation?
안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다.
So
현재
hello, nice to meet you all.
국제패럴림픽위원회
I'm
IPC에서
Lee
근무하고 있는
Young-do,
방송
broadcasting manager who is
이영도입니다.
currently working for the
사실
International
제가
Paralympic
아직 여러모로
Committee.
많이 부족해서
In fact, I
여러분들
don't think
앞에서
I'm in a
이런저런
position
얘기들을
to
해드릴 수
give
있는
advice to
자격이
others because I
있을까
still
싶습니다.
lack in
그래도
many
귀한
things.
기회를 주셨으니까
So I feel
여러분들께 조금이나마
much impressed,
도움이 되어드릴 수
embarrassed
있으면
to be one of
좋겠습니다.
the panelists. But anyway, I have been
질의응답 세션을 더
given
기다리실
this
것
valuable
같아서 최대한
opportunity. I
간략하게
can
네
give
가지
you some
부분들을
insightful
짚어보려고
ideas.
합니다.
So you might look forward to the
국제패럴림픽위원회
Q&A session
IPC와
more.
업무에 관한
I will
소개,
highlight my
그리고
four topics.
IPC와
Description of
저와의
my
만남,
work with the IPC.
마지막으로 근무하면서 제가 느꼈던 점들
Then
몇
what I
가지를
have felt while working
말씀드리고자
for
합니다.
the organization IPC.
IPC는 1989년에
International, the
설립되었고
Paralympic Committee was founded in 1989 and has been located in Bonn, Germany since 1999.
본은 예전 서독의 수도였고
Bonn was the former
베토벤의
capital of
출생지로
West
유명하죠.
Germany and is
IPC가
known
국제기구이긴
for the
하지만
birthplace
사진에
of
보시다시피
Beethoven. Although IPC is
여러분들께서
an international
생각하시는 것보다
organization, the
상당히
office is much smaller than you might
IPC가
expect.
설립되기 이전에는
Before
여러
the
장애인
establishment of
단체들이
the
모여서
IPC, various groups of
ICC라는
people
이름하에
with
패럴림픽 대회를
disabilities
주관하였지만
gathered and hosted Paralympic
1989
Games under the name of
IPC가
ICC.
패럴림픽 운동과
However, since
패럴림픽 대회를
1989,
주관
the
및
IPC
관리해오고
has
있습니다.
hosted and organized the Paralympic Sports Games.
IPC의 비전은 파라스포츠, 즉
The
장애인
IPC's
스포츠를
vision is
통해
to create
포용적인
an
사회를
inclusive
만들고
society
장애에 대한 편견과
and
차별을
eliminate
없애는 것입니다.
prejudice and discrimination
패럴림픽
against
운동의
disabilities
창시자이신
through
루드위그
parasports.
박사께서는
Dr. Ludwig
장애인들이
Gottman, the
비록
founder of the
장애를 알고
Paralympic
있지만
movement,
운동을
had
통해
this strong
건강과
belief that
일상을
people with
되찾을 수 있다는
disabilities
강한
could
믿음과
regain their
신념을
health and
바탕으로
daily life through exercise.
1948년 7월 29일
So, on July 29, 1948, to coincide with the opening ceremony of the London Olympics, he held the Stoke Mandeville Games, a separate athletic competition for the disabled. He developed these Paralympic Games into international multi-sports competition, so that the first Paralympic Games was held in Rome in 1960. Since then, over the next couple of decades, societies have changed their mindset. However, still some prejudices and discrimination remain. Therefore, the IPC not only leads the Paralympic movement and organizes Paralympic Games, but also supports IPC member organizations, including the National Paralympic Committees, international federations, so that athletes with handicaps can participate in different types of sports competitions. The IPC also serves as kind of the International Federation of Paralympic Games. In terms of IPC broadcasting department, actually where I belong, has two main businesses. One is the sales of broadcasting rights and archiving rights. The second one is the broadcast production and the provision of service. I'm in charge of the second type of a business. So many stakeholders engaged in this process. I have to communicate with all of them and also coordinate the businesses working with them. Many people think that Paralympic Games are part of the IOC. I have to clarify one thing. The IOC is the body that organizes the Olympics, and the IPC is the agency that organizes the Paralympics. Even though they work very closely, they are separate entities. In close cooperation with the IOC, the Paralympic Games have been held in the same host city as the Olympic Games. So we call the parties that have purchased these broadcasting rights, we call them rights holding broadcaster, RHB. So there are some scenarios. So some entities might have purchased both Paralympic broadcasting rights along with the Olympic broadcasting rights. And also at the same time, they can only purchase one type of the broadcasting rights. The Paralympic Games not just designed to host competitions, but also they have to make efforts to change the relevant laws and the regulations and also improve the quality of the life quality of the disabled. With these goals, the IPC is designed to provide consulting services so that the games to ensure the better life for the disabled people. The role as a broadcast manager is that they serve 10 sports and 9 international federations. But compared to the Olympic Games, the Paralympic Games has much smaller scales. Then so it means that I have to more engaged in all of the businesses. But the basic concept is very similar to the Olympic Games. In addition to this, I'd like to highlight some of the main businesses. As the goal of the IPC Broadcasting Department is to improve and provide the services required by broadcasters with each competition. Under the IPC, there are different types of international federations of world para sports. We are also researching the different types of broadcasting models to serve these different organizations. However, unfortunately, the Paralympic Games have failed to receive enough interest and the attention from the public. So I can say that everybody working for this Paralympic Games have to just work for their survival. We don't have enough funding, so with a very limited budget, we have to provide the different types of services. It means that we have to develop the customized model to serve different types of events. So without enough budget, it will be very challenging for us to develop the very good quality programs. But this is our reality. Then I'd like to explain how I met the IPC. In fact, I didn't have any knowledge and experience in sports, but I only majored in filmmaking and broadcasting while attending the university. But during my university years, I only learned the most basic things. I didn't have much internship or work experience in this area. I was so embarrassed that I did not challenge the production business because of fear. But by chance, while I was working part-time at the Korea Association of Athletics Federation, I happened to find a recruitment notice for the broadcasting department of the organizing committee of the 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Olympics. I was unqualified, but luckily I was accepted. Then I had a chance to work in the venue broadcasting team and the venue planning team. Then I worked in the different types of venues. I was assigned to Gangneung Arena and the Gangneung Olympic Park. And in addition, I happen to be in charge of special projects for NBC in the US and Discovery in Europe. These large clients, they are very large-scale clients. So I felt the burden, and I was very stressed out. And I had to manage the different types of agreements working with these big players. So I had to spend several nights working for these agreements. This kind of contract work was the work I just hate the most. I just even decided to never be involved in the contract business. Due to the lack of some capabilities, so I really worked hard to adjust to this type of the challenging business. Luckily, I have met very good people who could support me to complete these works.
그 과정을 통해서
Through
여러
this
해외
process,
기관들과 협력이 많았고
I've
그중에
worked
하나가
with
IPC였습니다.
many overseas
다행히 당시
organizations.
IPC
The IPC is one
방송매니저와
of
저와의
these
관계가 좋았고
as
저를 좋게
organizations.
봐주신 것 같아요.
Fortunately, I had a good relationship with
올림픽 업무를 마치고
one IPC
패럴림픽은
broadcasting manager.
휠체어 컬링
So after
배주를
finishing
담당하게
the
됐는데
assignment for
갑자기
the Winter
내부적으로
Olympics,
국제방송센터
I was supposed to
IBC로
be
재배치
in
명령을
charge
받아서
of calling
근무지를
in the
옮겼었습니다.
Paralympic Games.
하지만 패럴림픽 기간
But I
동안에
suddenly
저의 IBC의
received.
역할이 분명하지 않아서 가만히 있을 수는 없으니까 제가
But
자발적으로
so unfortunately, the
클라이언트들을
work
찾아가 필요한 경우
definition was not
체크하기
clear
시작했는데요.
enough.
그 과정에서
So I
IPC
had
방송부와 다시
to
재회하게
clarify
됐고
the businesses
전환기
I have
동안에
to be in
IPC
charge of.
방송매니저께서 저의 대회호
Then
계획을
I met
물어보았어요.
with a manager from the
당시 저는
IPC.
대회
Then
준비
he
운영
offered
때문에 녹초가
a new
됐었고
job.
또 새해
So I
일자리가
was really
대회부에
physically
잡힌 게
stressed
없어서
out. Then
당분간 쉴 계획이라고
I didn't have any
말씀드렸더니
plan after the Winter Olympic
IPC
Games.
방송부에 자리가 생길 예정입니다.
He
생각
offered,
있으면 지원해
so
보라고
we will
하시더라고요.
make a new
그래서
job
당시에는
position.
제가 이
Let's just
커리어를
apply for
이어가서
that position.
해외 방송 분야 전문가가 되고 싶은 마음이 컸었고
So at that
해외에서
time,
일해보고
I
싶은 마음도
wanted
있어서
to
지원을
become an
하게
expert
됐었죠.
in this area, and
운이
also
좋게
I
IPC
wanted to
이력부도
work
당시에
in other
IPC에서
countries. So
현장
I
근무를 하고
decided to
있어서
apply for that
며칠 후
position,
인터뷰까지
and then
되었습니다.
I had an interview several
제가 운이
days later.
좋다는 말을
So
계속
luckily,
드리는데
I just
정말
have kept
좋았어요.
saying that
그래서
I was very lucky.
이런 좋은 기회를
I
얻어서
was
대회
really
후 약
lucky
3개월간의 휴식을 거쳐서
to have
2018년
this new job. So I
7월부터
spent
IPC
only 3
방송부에서 근무를
months
시작하게
for my
되었습니다.
vacation. Then I was assigned to a new
이
job
모든
in the
과정들을 통해
IPC.
개인적으로 느낀 점 몇 가지를
So
말씀드리자면
during all this
2년 반
process,
동안
what I have
평창대
felt,
근무 당시
so
좋은 추억도
I was
정말
working
많았지만
for 2 years for the Pyeongchang Winter
모든 걸
Olympic
포기하고
Games.
때려치고 싶을 때도
Sometimes I
정말
really
여러 번 있었습니다.
enjoyed my work,
특히 계약건
but at the
업무는
same
저를
time,
너무
I had
힘들게 해서
faced many
그만두고
difficulties.
싶었죠, 여러 번.
Sometimes I just wanted to
하지만
quit the job.
만약에 지금 와서
However,
생각하는
in
만약에 제가 끝을
retrospect,
보지 않았더라면
if I
과연
had
IPC까지 올 수 있었을까
not
하는
endured
생각을
the
요즘도
whole
강하게 듭니다.
challenges,
웃긴
so
거는
where could I reach?
IPC에서도 계약서 검토 업무는 ING
Even working for the
지식과 경험이
IPC,
너무
that I have
없어서
to
당시에는
deal
많이
with this
답답했지만
agreement and
만약 그
contract
부족함을
work.
채우려고 그만큼의
Now,
노력을 하지
up to now,
않았더라면 제 해외
if I had not
카운터파트들이
made
저를
enough
과연
efforts
인정해
to
줬을까? 그 많은
complete
분들과 내통이 가능했을까?
my works and improve my
그런
skills,
질문들을 하게 되더라고요.
those new clients
지금까지 뭐 짧은
could have
인터뷰지만 지금까지
recognized
살면서
my
많은
abilities.
것들이 후회스럽지만
So
그때
I have
제가
some
도중에
regrets
실수를
in the
하더라도
past,
끝까지
but
포기하지
I
않고
believe that
최선을
I
다해서
have never
경주를
given up
완주한
on the
것에
work,
대해서는
and so
정말 큰
I have made my
어떤
utmost
후회도
efforts to complete the missions that were
그렇게
assigned
해서
to
운이
me.
좋게
So for that sense,
원했던
in that
해외
sense, I
진출을
don't
하게
have
된
any
지 3년이
regret. And
넘었네요.
so it's been already
무작정
3
유럽에서
years
일하고
since I was
싶다는 순진한 마음도 없지 않아
starting
있었고요.
work in Europe.
과거에 해외에서 오래 살았다
So
보니까
3 years
해외
ago,
문화가
I
좀더
just
익숙할
simply
거라는
thought that it would be
생각도
great
있었고
to work in Europe.
나름의 로망이라고 할 수도
And that this
있겠죠.
was my dream.
지금도 솔직히 유럽 생활에 상당히 만족하고
So
업무도
now,
재밌습니다.
to be frank,
그러나
I'm very
역시
satisfied
사람은
with the
사는 곳은
working
다
here
똑같이
in Europe, but
장단점이
you might
있더라고요.
expect that. So
10대,
here, the
20대
working in
때
Europe
해외
has
생활과
also pros and
30대
cons.
때 해외 생활은
So
확실히 다르다는 것도
studying and working
어딜 가나
in
얻는 게
other
있으면
countries
잃는 것도
during my
있다는 것도
20s and
배웠습니다.
30s is different from right now.
해외 진출을 생각하시는 모든
So for
분들께 해외
those who want to
경험과
work in
국제부대
other
경험은 강력
countries for
추천해드립니다만
international
현실적인
organizations, I'd like to
장단점들이
strongly
존재한다는
recommend
것도
just to try
잘
it.
고려하셨으면
But
좋겠습니다.
you have to also take into consideration
지극히
what
제
will
개인적인
be the pros and cons
국제부대에서
for the
현재
working in
한국의
other
위치,
countries and
그리고
in the
영향력은
international organizations.
아직까지는 타
And then I
국가들보다는
still
많이
believe,
약하다는 느낌을
unfortunately,
종종
the
받곤
Korea's status
하지만
in the
희망적인
international
부분은 여러
arena
스포츠
is still very
단체,
weak compared to other
국제기구에
advanced
한국 분들이
countries.
많이 진출하시고
However,
계시다는 점.
I'm also watching the
국제부대에서
increasing
영향력을
number of
미치기
people have
국제부대를
worked in
경험하여
international
그
organizations.
문화와 방식을
So
이해해야
to become a
된다고
leader in the international arena, then
한국
you have
내에서 통하는
to
방식을
learn
그대로
this
국제부대에
culture and the
적용하기에는
way of
어려운
doing
부분들이
business in other countries.
한국
If you are only
고유의 색깔을
accustomed to the
유지하되
Korean style
해외
business
문화에 대한
and your Korean
유연성을
culture, then you
겸비해야지만이
cannot
국제무대에서
adjust
살아남고
yourself
영향력을
to
넓혀 나갈 수 있다고
the these foreign cultures.
마지막으로
So just
국내
expanding your
외 스포츠들이
horizon.
공통적으로 어려움을
And then lastly, these are the common difficulties many local organizations and many local people share. And so if you are so busy, then you can spend hours and thinking about and taking care of your physical health and the mental health. I've never seen anybody in this field who is working only for money. So only as long as you are physically and mentally healthy, you can complete your work and then you can grow and then you can do the very successful business. So, and another requirement for you to master is the language. And so I also don't have much language experience and the language skill here, so it means that I had to spend more time for my work. So you need to master your language and also you have to take care of your health first. So you are the future of Korea and so you are full of energies and dreams. So I really support your success in the future.
네,
Thank you
이영도
very much.
매니저님 고맙습니다.
Thank you, Manager Lee Young-do, for your great
다음은 현장에
presentation.
참석해
Now
주신
we
분인데요.
have
유네스코
the
국제
presenter
유해센터
here with
조성식
us.
선임 전문가님을
We have
발제드리겠습니다.
Mr.
박수로 맞이해주시기
조성식 from
바랍니다.
the International Center for Martial Arts, ICM of UNESCO.
안녕하세요. 조성식.
Nice to meet you. I am Jo Sung-sik.
그냥 영어로 썼습니다.
So the presentation here is in English, but I will be talking in Korean. All the other speakers have kept their time very well, so I will also have a timer here and keep the assigned time. So my name is Jo Sung-sik, and I am working as a senior program specialist for UNESCO ICM. UNESCO ICM was created in 2017. It is the Category 2 center. Category 1 center gets all the funding from UNESCO. It is under the auspices of UNESCO. And Category 2 is for those organizations that are specializing in sports and culture. So it is created under the leadership of the respective governments. And if that kind of center is created, then the UNESCO supports it as well. So it is like a joint venture between UNESCO and the respective government. And in the headquarters of UNESCO, we have recently created the center responsible for the operation of UNESCO ICM. And actually, we have the office currently located in Cheongju of Korea. So you have to understand what UNESCO is and why it is interested in sports. It is an agency of the United Nations. So it is under the United Nations and it is specializing in sports and culture. So UNESCO actually in the past didn't spend a lot of time on sports. There were UNSDP, like United Nations Office for Sports and Peace and etc., but they were dismantled. And Audrey Azoulay, the current Secretary General of UNESCO, when he was appointed, UNESCO started to have more interest in sports. So even in the past, when UNESCO was not paying that much attention to sports, it still kept its eyes on anti-doping activities. And recently, by considering the social values of sports, UNESCO started to grow its interest and support for sports. So within UNESCO, there is the division in charge of social and human sciences, and under there is the sports division. So there is the sports ministers meeting and senior officials responsible for physical education and sport gathering, and that kind of meeting is also held under UNESCO. And even ICM is entitled to participate in those meetings. So like just like FIFA or any other international organizations, we want to grow our voice to reflect our opinions. Now I will talk about myself. At university, I majored in business management. And then in the graduate school, I studied the international affairs. I was in the Navy. And when I was in the Navy, I also did some event management and international affairs management related to overseas Navy units. Then from the Incheon organizing committee, I got the job of managing overseas athletes. And for the 2017 Ashgabat Indoor Martial Games, I was also responsible for the organizing that event, and also I was involved in the 2018 Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games. So myself and there was another Korean colleague who were the only two non-Western participants for those events. This is my brief career path related to sports. And after Ashgabat was completed, then at first, I was responsible for the press of the Athletes Village for the Olympic Games preparation. So at first, I was very excited, and 2 weeks prior to the event, prior to my preparation, actually, North Korea made an announcement that they are not very happy to participate, and they will just go to the Athletes Village in Gangneung. And currently I'm working for UNESCO ICM as the Senior Program Specialist. I'm in charge of international affairs. Well, my master's degree is in peace and global governance. So I hear said that I'm responsible for international affairs, but mostly it's related to my master's major. So for this event where we had the preparation events for the Asian Games, we had this Secretary General who devoted a lot of his efforts for the success of the event. This is in Pyeongchang, in Gangneung Athletes Village. I was responsible for the welcoming event for North Korean athletes, and we only had one press from the UK covering this, so we had to do the preparation and also do the control of the region so that we will not have any non-invited press coming into the site. So during my work, I have spent a lot of time in Middle Asia, including Turkmenistan. And you can see that on my left side, he is the assistant for the OCA of Turkmenistan, and right by my side, he is the Vice Minister for Education in Russia. So those are very close colleagues of mine. So how I got that kind of career path, I will go into details later. This is from the UNESCO ICM meeting. So I had the chance to attend the academic commission to have discussion about the wrestling with the international federations of wrestling. So thanks to the support of people around me, I could build this kind of career. So how did it happen? So if I look back, well, first of all, I enjoy watching sports. I like to do the sports. Well, I have gained weight because I enjoy eating a lot, but I still enjoy sports. And I also like to mingle with people. And second, I had the language skill. Well, I think that I don't have any issues in communicating in English. And recently I started to study Russian again while working in Turkmenistan. Well, I met my wife there. She is actually from Moldova, the past Soviet Union nation. She is working as a sport manager in the UK. So during those processes, well, now sports is inseparable from my life. Third is professionalism and work ethic. The previous speaker mentioned about this as well. Even for Asian Games, when I first joined the organization for the first year and a half, actually I was the only program specialist who could speak in English. So if you consider the time difference, I had to have meeting with those in other countries at like 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. So I couldn't sleep for more than 3 hours a day. But I had the professionalism. I was not just working hard, but I tried to focus on my clients. So even if I'm just working for this organizing committee, I just keep the focus on my clients. And culturally, I think I had a cultural sensitivity, trying to understand others, and I had the communication skills to have good relations. So that helped me in working with our clients. So at the time, the natural gas price was good, so Turkmenistan was doing well because of that, so I could work there. First, I was involved in one of the associations in that country, so actually I think that time was quite good for me. So what would you need to do to follow some career path similar to what I have done? So you might just envy what others have, like the twinkling spots of the others, but I think the first thing you need to do is to understand yourself, have the self-analysis, and then you have to understand what is the job or position that you want and what are the requirements for those jobs. So I think it's not easy, but you have to have a very objective view. And then you have to understand the job market. So like there was the European game held in Azerbaijan in 2000, in the back of the 2010s. So if they have the money but not have the experience, then they would be willing to hire someone from overseas. But if the market is not very strong, then they do not have the capacity to hire someone from overseas. Also, you need to have the capacity, like language and others. So if there is like a sports ODA, then we usually focused on helping them have the infrastructure related to sports. However, if you look at the international trend, along with the business ESG, we have now changes in the sports ODA to focus on those additional factors. So you have to understand those conditions to grasp any new opportunities. You have to understand whether you are ready for the new era. And we heard about NFT, so just like that, those virtual sports, esports, and NFT, they have great values for the future of sports. Many people are reluctant to donate because they don't know where those money would go because there is no transparency. But if we have NFT, then we can trace all the channels. So we have to consider those factors to find the clear path for your future career. This is the last slide. So this is not something that is personal, but I think it has more public perspectives. So for us to develop the international sports in Korea, we have to go over the Seoul Olympic Games. like how we have created the master plan for Seoul Olympic Games, how we prepared for Seoul Olympic Games. We are still using those past ways of doing business for our current sports events. But in case of London, well, they have reflected all the new trends to have the most updated trends and practices. However, in case of Korea, we had great experiences in hosting a lot of international events, but we have not led that to successfully export our experiences and our human resources to overseas. We have to have like cool-headed way of thinking and have new approaches in how we design and plan the international sports events. If we don't do that, then it will be just like helping others succeed, but not getting anything for ourselves. So I think that's something that we have to think about, and I want to close my presentation here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cho Jong-sik, for
네,
your
이번 세션
presentation.
3 마지막
I'd
발표자입니다.
like to
역시
invite the
화상으로
last
준비가
speaker
되어
for
있는데요.
session 3.
국제
So we
농구
will
연맹
also be
곽정미
connecting
매니저님입니다.
online. Ms. Kwak
화상
Jung-mi,
연결돼 있나요?
manager of the International Basketball
네,
Federation.
안녕하세요. 들리시나요?
Can you hear me?
네, 잘 들립니다.
네,
안녕하십니까.
준비하신 발표 진행해 주시기
Okay,
바랍니다.
can you start your presentation?
네, 감사합니다. 저는 국제농구연맹
Yes, my name is Kwak Jung-mi. I'm a manager of the International Basketball Federation, FIBA. I'm very pleased to meet you all.
사실 저희 회사에서도 이런 하이브리드 형식의
So my company
많이
has
지향하고
has used this online hosting of the event. This is one of the pros that the COVID-19 outbreak has brought to us. So I'm very pleased and honored to meet you all. And I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this important event.
먼저 간단하게 저희 연맹에 대해서
And then I'd like to briefly explain that what
최초의 명칭이
FIBA is. The name of the organization was the Fédération Internationale de Basketball. So acronym is FIBA. The way we just remove the word amateur from this name. But we still use this name, the Fédération Internationale de Basketball, and the headquarters is located in the Mie, which is very close to Lausanne in Switzerland. So we call this headquarters, call it the House of Basketball. And then so we consist of the more than 120 countries. The mission of FIBA is to develop and promote basketball around the world. And so under this mission, we have set up the many strategies and policies to complete our mission. And this is a photo of a House of Basketball, which is the headquarters of FIBA. This building, when you look at this building from the sky, it takes the form of the one hand holding a basketball. And the first floor is just a museum. Everybody can visit this museum on the first floor. And the second floor is full of offices. I'm working in the second floor. And also outside the building, that there is basketball, the playground, and you can enjoy basketball. The basketball, 3x3. So FIBA is the only administrative organization of the international basketball competitions, so which has held this basketball and the 3x3 games, and then also define the international rules for international basketball competitions. And then it has defined the even the qualification requirements for the participating organizations as well as participating athletes. As I told you, our mission is to develop and promote basketball. We extend the services to the member countries. Then we have 5 regional offices. Then before I explain my job, I will show you a very short video clip. As a person, I really like this promotional video clip. Even I am not heavily involved in the international business except for the medical, but I have a strong interest in this type of international games of basketball. So we are also engaged in the design of the trophy and the marketing activities. It means that we have experts of design and the marketing. And then I will explain the FIBA strategy. I have kept telling you about the mission of FIBA because this is the starting point of our whole works. Without this clear and very concrete mission, we cannot conduct our different types of activities. Under this mission, we have defined our vision. And in your right side, this is our roadmap. In this current cycle, from 2019 to 2023, we have focused on the 3 things. Let me tell you about these 3 missions. As you see on the slide, this strategic, I don't want them to be translated into local languages, so we just leave them. I just left them as they are. Empower national federations, women in basketball, and the other thing is the enlarge FIBA family. Empower means that give the power and authority to somebody. It means that this is our strategic objective to give authority to local organizations. We want to build a leadership with the expertise to ensure that the member organizations can develop themselves. And let's look at the second mission, women in basketball. Not only we want to develop the athletes, female athletes, we want to build female leaders and trainers in this category. And the third mission is enlarge FIBA family, means that we want to increase the number of the participants with a license and also grow the number of stakeholders and also implement innovations. Let's look at the first mission, Empower National Federations. We created this handbook called the Strategy and the Planning Handbook. So without this handbook, the local organizations can set up their own 5-year goals and the missions. But this handbook, we believe, is of great help for them to further improve their strategies and the policies. So in order to also collect more opinions from member organizations, and then we also share mission, values, and vision with those member organizations. So we have co-worked with each other to develop these goals, values, and missions together. So we target to increase the public fans in the local territory and also promote our organization and the basketball around the world by doing some promotional activities. And for the sustainable development, is that by ending these 5-year goals, we also provide the mentoring programs to help them further develop their personnel. So this is the list of the promotional and the media articles regarding these activities of the local organizations. In addition to FIBA Plus program, we also developed in-depth training programs. I'm also in charge of the FIBA Medical Committee. I am in charge of, so I'd like to briefly touch upon this medical committee. So we set up the FIBA COVID-19 advisory group. And so for 3-at-3 and other types of international competitions, to safely hold those events, we build the protocols, and also we provide and publish guidelines for each member country to resume their games again. Lastly, for anyone who wants to work in international sports organizations, I want to share my personal experience. I've only grown until the university. I have just grown up in Korea. Then I majored in the economics in the Sungmyeong Women's University. So many of my friends studied to become financial and apply for the largest scale corporations. But I just gave lots of thoughts what I want to become. Then I had a chance to visit the Philippines 2 times as a volunteer work. Then I was assigned to the sports-related volunteer tasks. I really loved the sports, and also I'm just fell in love with the basketball. So even though I majored in the economics, I decided to receive the master's degree in Loughborough University. And then I also worked in the International Relations Department in the local Korean sports agency. Then I work within FIBA. I'm just a regular employee at FIBA. This is a very short presentation, but I plan to share my experience to give you some ideas. This is my term, think critically. Just to think critically, have a very critical view of everything, then challenge many things. And this is my life motto and slogan. So you have to ask yourself, do you really want to work in international organization? Or you don't forget about the potential difficulties you might experience from your life in other countries. I don't want to refer to the specific sports. The international business was not right for me. So to become creative in everything, this is more attractive for me. So I just applied for this development department. I had an internship and also I had a volunteer experience in other countries, so I found myself what I like the most. And I found the values of this organization, so what is the future roadmap for the organization. Then I could decide whether I can be in line with the values and the goals of this organization. Otherwise, I could not join this organization. As far as I understand, so this ISF International Sports Career Conference is not the first event, and many of the presenters might have already introduced. There are many programs available to help you to find opportunities to work in international sports organizations. I've also personally have experience in talking with those applicants. And through those programs, many Koreans have already come to here and starting work in international organizations. So I'd like to encourage you to refer to those websites and the information available in the public spaces. This is not just a tip for those who want to work in the international sports organizations. As I told you, that I have expertise in economics. For me, becoming very logical is very important. So with this expertise and my own strength, so I really liked my job, and this development work was right for me. And then I was good at developing my timeline and the roadmap for this business. And then so what kind of channels do I have to use for my work? So I was very logical in identifying the right way to do business. And also program management skills involve time management skills. So set your priority, and based on that, you have to define your deadline and also allocate your resources. All these skills are required for this type of business. These skills are critical for this type of work. And if you can successfully develop those skills, I believe that you will find an opportunity in international sports organizations. And the language skill is just the most. So those applicants, you have to master your language skill. As I give lots of thoughts, what should be our closing comment? As I decided this phrase, strive for excellence and stay motivated. So make efforts to become excellent, and also always you have to be motivated to work hard. I personally make lots of efforts to provide the best delivery for my clients. So through this process, I could improve my skills and capabilities, and I could identify what types of strengths I have. So you are the main agent for your life, and once you identify what you want to have, what you want to work for, then so you can also have a very successful career. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation,
네,
Ms.
세션 3의
Mi.
모든 발표가
So all the
끝났습니다.
presentations for session 3 are
진행자와
completed. Thank you for
패널분들께서는
your
무대로 착석해
great
주시기
input.
바랍니다.
And now we will
토론과 Q&A
invite
시간
the
갖도록
presenters
하겠습니다.
and moderator
이번
for
세션의
the
토론과
panel
질의응답은
discussion.
오형근
For
교수님께서
the
진행해
discussion,
주시겠습니다.
we have
오형근
Professor
교수님은
Oh Hyung-gun to
2003 하계
moderate.
유니버시아드
Professor
태권도
Oh Hyung-gun
금메달리스트로
is the
현재
gold medalist
우석대학교
of
태권도과
2003 Summer
교수님이십니다.
Universiade
진행자분과
and
모든
currently
분들을
serving as Professor of
화상으로 연결해서
Taekwondo
두 분이
Studies
참석해 주시겠습니다.
at Usok University. We have two
네, Q&A 시간 시작하겠습니다.
presenters here here with us and the other two joining us online. So I am Oh Hyung-gun to moderate this session's discussion. So here with us, we have Mr. Cho Jung-sik from UNESCO ICM. We got questions received in advance for the panelists. So first question is to IPC manager
이용준
Young.
매니저님은 개인적으로 저하고 평창올림픽 조직위원회에서 같이
personally,
근무를
we
했었거든요.
have
오늘 이
had
자리에
experience
정말
to work
반갑고
with
감회가 새롭습니다. 우선 첫
each other
번째
for the
질문을
Pyeongchang
드리도록
Winter Olympic
하겠습니다.
Games.
첫
The
번째
first
질문은 이
question
스포츠
for you
미디어 분야로
for sports
진출하기
media
위해서 갖추어야 할 역량에 대해
area,
한번
so
여쭤보도록
to
하겠습니다.
become
이 스포츠도
to
이
become
다양한 분야로 구성되어 있는데요.
a worker
따라서
for
각
this
분야에 따라
area.
이 전문 지식과
So
경험 등
different
각기 다른
sectors might require the different types
역량이
of
필요하다고 생각되어집니다.
requirements.
최근 이
So what
전문화된
types of
스포츠 미디어
skills
분야로 진출하기 위해서 필요한
is
능력과
required?
경험 등
So
갖추어야 할 역량에
specifically,
대해
what
한번
types of
말씀 부탁드리도록
capabilities
하겠습니다.
have to be required for this
다시
area?
한번 뵙게 돼서 반갑고요.
I'm very pleased to meet you again.
일단은 스포츠 미디어 분야라는 게 상당히 여러
Sports
가지 분야가
media
있거든요.
involves lots of
하고 있는
sectors
코디네이션
and
분야 같은
areas.
경우에는
I'm in charge
제가
of
그것에 대해서만 제가 말씀드릴
coordination.
수 있는데 일단은
I can
지금
share
앞서
my experience for
관계자분들이
this
말씀하셨던
area,
것처럼
coordination,
언어 능력은
as
진짜
the
필수고요.
other
왜냐하면 코디네이션
presenters
하려면
pointed
당연히
out, the
커뮤니케이션이
language skill is the most.
언어 능력과
For coordination, you have to
사람과
have
사람
the
간의
fluency
그
in the
대화이고
specific
관계이기 때문에
foreign language.
유대관계를 유지하는
And then
그런
another skill is the kind of
할수 있는,
personal skills,
그런 능력이 굉장히 중요하다고 생각해요.
because you have to communicate with many stakeholders.
상대방 특히나 국제적인
So you have to build your
상대방의
personal
컬처,
skill.
문화,
You have to make more efforts to understand the culture of your
중간 역할을 하기
partners.
굉장히 힘들더라고요.
Otherwise, you cannot become a good mediator between the different parties.
그런 부분들을 굉장히 많이
While
습득했다고는
working in
생각했지만
the many
일을
foreign
하다 보면 저도
countries,
한국적인
I believe that I have learned a lot. But sometimes I
그럴 때는
found
이제
myself, so I still
제
have very
자신한테 다시
Korean style
얘기를 해야
mindset.
되죠.
Then
여기는
I have
다른
to
나라와 다른
tell
문화니까
myself,
내 한국적인
you are
부분은
now in other country. Then
컴다운하고 그 다음에
just
그쪽
you have
입장에서
to
어떻게
be
바라보지, 그쪽 시각은
open-minded
어떤지를
towards your partner,
많이
counterpart.
바라봐야
Then so
되더라고요.
you have to pay more
그래야지
attention to the
negotiation이나,
cultural aspect
그런
and the sentiment of your
conversation들이 좀더
counterpart of
진전이 있을 수
dialogue.
있었어요.
Otherwise, you
그래서
cannot
아까
make
말씀드렸다시피
any
한국적인
progress
고유
in your
색깔을 유지하지만
dialogue and communication. It means that so while
어떻게 하면은
keeping your
그분들을
Korean
앞으로
style
진전시킬 수
characteristics,
있는지에 대해서는
you have to be
제가 볼 때는
open-minded.
그런 유연성과
You have to be very
이해심,
flexible,
문화적인 이해심이 굉장히
and also you
중요하다고
have
생각합니다.
to
그래서 이건
be understanding
스포츠 미디어
towards
분야뿐만 아니라 여러
the culture of
분야라고
other
생각하고요.
countries.
코디네이션은 여러 분야에도
It doesn't
존재하니까
apply only to
그런
the
부분들을
sports or the
최대한 많이
media. It applies to
역량을
everything
쌓으시는
we
게
are
중요하다고
working for.
생각합니다.
Then so you have to build these types of
네,
skills.
첫 번째 그 질문에 대해서
Thank you for
답변
your
감사드리고요.
answer
다음
to the
두 번째
first
또
question.
질문 드리도록
Now
하겠습니다.
we will go to the second question.
지금까지 이 스포츠
So in the
분야에서
sports
근무하시면서
field,
가장
while working
보람을
in this
느꼈던
field, when
업무와
did you feel
순간은
most
언제였는지
satisfying?
한번 여쭤보도록
Can
하겠습니다.
you
아까 발표
share
제가
with
들었을
us?
때
So
이
when
주간
I
방송사
listened to
계약서를
your
생각하실 때
presentation,
정말 힘들고
when you signed the
포기하고
contract with
하고
the
싶을
broadcasting
정도로
company, well,
그런
you
생각도
had
들었었다고
a lot of
하셨는데
difficult time, but
이용도 매니저께서는 이 평창올림픽하고
well, you
아시안
worked
게임
in
등
Pyeongchang
다양한
Olympic
분야에서
Games
정말
and
풍부한
Asian
경험을
Olympic
가지고
Games
계십니다.
preparation.
이런
You have a
업무들을
lot of
하시면서
experiences.
가장 보람을
So I
느끼고
want to
기뻤던 순간은
hear
언제였었는지
when you
여기에 대해서
felt
좀 말씀 좀
most
부탁드리도록
satisfied during your work experience.
한 가지 순간을 꼽기는 좀 힘들고요.
It's difficult to just pick up on the one time, one moment.
여러 가지
For
관문들이 있었지만
the Pyeongchang Winter Olympic Games, so we had many
강릉 아이스
challenges.
아레나 마지막 날
So
마지막
do you
대회
remember
끝나고
the
다
last
이제
day of
아이스
the
위로 올라갔을 때
Gangneung Ice
그때 기분은
Arena?
아직
So everybody
잊을 수가
was on the
없습니다.
stage. I
아이스에
cannot
부어서
forget
천정만
that this
바라보면서
moment.
있었는데 그때 그 뿌듯함
So before that moment, I was in the indoor stadium. I was just watching
현장에서 일을
the
하면서 굉장히 많이 패밀리 같다는
so
느낌을 많이
rooftop,
받았고
but so on
또
the
저는 이제
stage,
해외
I felt
생활을
that so
좀
we
했다
have become
보니까
the
어려서부터
family
했다
members.
보니까 한국적인 문화
As I
측면을
told
잘
you,
모르는
that I
부분들도 좀
was grown
있었어요.
up in
그런
other
부분들을
countries,
같이
so it means that
좀 잘
I
이해해
didn't
주시고
have
저를
enough
잘 이해해
knowledge
주시고
and understanding
함께
about the
가자 이렇게
Korean culture in
해주셨던
some
그런
sense.
그룹들을 솔직히 만나기
But
힘든데
I
강릉
luckily
ISF나
met
팀
with the
그리고 또
really
다른
good people
조직위원회
who
다른
taught
팀들과
me
같이
about
일하면서
the
그런
Korean
부분들이
culture
굉장히 저는 기억에
and
남고요.
developed some knowledge
보람을
about the Korean
느꼈던
culture.
부분 제가 한
And
가지
I
기억나는
felt
부분은
the pride of
세계 장애인
and the reward.
수영 세계 선수권 대회를 런던에서 2019년에
So
했었는데
swimming
그때
competition
제가
was held in London
IPC에서 처음으로
in
방송인으로서
2018.
프로젝트를
Then
리드했던
I became the
대회였어요.
leader in the broadcasting manager,
그때
and
당시
I was a
인력이
leader.
부족해서 제가
But due to
백스테이지에서
the lack of the
뛰어다니면서 일을 하고
resources, I was really busy.
그때 당시 조직위에서 참 잘 생각해냈던
And the
부분이
organizing committee at that
매달
time
시상 수여를
was
할
really
때 시상
effective
수여를
for
메달
the
트레이를
medal
들고 있는
so ceremony,
분들을
medal delivery ceremony, and then
아이들을
those staff
썼더라고요.
who were
현지 아이들을 썼는데
just carrying
그 아이들
this
중에서도
tray
장애를 가진
for
아이들을
medals, they
메달 트레이
just
베어러로
recruited as young children,
그 부분이
the
참
medal
감명 깊었던
conveyors.
그 친구들은 살면서 물론 어린 나이이긴 하지만
They were
살면서
very young,
장애인으로서 그런
they also have some difficulties so with the
차별도 받을 수
disabilities.
있고
They might
참
have been
어려운
exposed
시기를
to prejudice,
어려운 삶을 걸을
prejudice
수도 있는데
and discrimination.
그 무대에서는
But on the
다들
stage,
동등하거든요.
so they
장애인들도
just
동등하고
they might have
일반인들도
felt that, so they are
그게
just
원래
equal
사회가
to
그렇게 돼야 되는 건데
the people without disabilities.
그런 상황에서
So
메달 트레이
this
베어로
type of
스테이지에
the
올라갈 수 있고
fairness should be
그
realized in
백스테이지에서는
every aspect of
자기들의
our
그
life.
부상들을 선수들
And also on the
부상들을
backstage,
보면서 너무나 해맑은
they could
웃음을
meet
짓고
with
있는 겁니다.
their
근데
heroes,
그런
so
무대를
they really
저희가
enjoyed that experience.
오거나이즈하고
So I felt so very proud of this work, and so we organized this event, and so we made the preparation so for realizing this type of experience for those children. I cannot forget that their smile. And the athletes who received these medals, they were also very impressed by the joy of those conveyors of medals. So whenever I just face difficulty, I try to be reminded of that
경험담 감사드리고요.
Thank you for sharing your experience. So if any of you want to go into sports broadcasting and media field, please pay attention to what he just said. Now we will hear from Mr. Chung Seong-sik. So first question is about your job. So as a senior program specialist, you are responsible for some sustainable development goals. So including ICM and all the other UNESCO agencies, you are working hard for the sustainable development goals. So can you please share it with us what you are doing at ICM of UNESCO to fulfill sustainable development goals? Well, we had some projects where we went to developing countries to support their sustainable development goals. However, the problem is not just ICM, but also for all UNESCO agencies. We know that sports, including martial arts, is important for the growth of young children. However, scientific proof for that is not sufficient. So in November 15th, there is Fit for Life initiative launched by UNESCO. So that will allow international and inter-societal discussions about that, and we have some initiatives like teaching martial arts in African countries, etc. So this initiative, Fit for Life and STP, we talk about this as a sportsman for development of people, and we are trying to find ways to converge those initiatives together. So that is how we are focusing on
네, 답변
SDG.
감사드리고요.
Thank you for your answer.
다음으로는 우리 또 곽정미
Next,
매니저님
we
함께
want
좀
to
말씀
hear
나누도록
from
하겠습니다.
Ms. Kwak Jung-mi.
곽정미 매니저님께서는 현재 FIBA에서 근무하고
so you are working
계신데요.
for
많은
FIBA
분들께서
right now.
이 곽정미 매니저님의 이 전공, 커리어 전환에 대해서
So
이
many
많은
people
궁금증을 좀
asked the
말씀해
questions
주셨어요.
about your
대학에서 이
major in
경제학을
university. You
전공하셨는데요.
majored in the
이 스포츠
economics
분야로
in
전공,
university.
커리어를 전환하시면서
And then you just
힘드셨던 부분이
converted your
있으셨는지
career to
혹시
this sports
있으셨다면
area.
어떻게
Then what types
극복하셨는지
of
말씀 좀
challenges did
부탁드립니다.
you have in this process? Thank you very much for your question.
커리어 전환하면서
As for my career conversion, to be frank, I didn't have much experience. Even though I majored in economics, the difficulties was not related to the change of this expertise. As kind of for administrative department, so my major actually helped me to be adjusted to this new business and also language. My language skill helped me a lot because it helped me a lot to really be good at communicating with many stakeholders. So I tried to improve my language
답변
skill.
감사드리고요.
Thank
아까
you.
전에 우리 이용도 매니저님께 질문을 2개
We had two
드렸었는데
questions
하나씩 순차적으로
to
드리도록 하겠습니다.
Mr.
다음으로
Youngdo,
또
so
우리
we will
조성식
ask
전문가님께
additional questions to the
질문을
other
드리도록
two
하고요.
panelists.
이번에는
So
그
another
근무
question to
경험
Mr.
관련해서
Jo
좀
Sung-sik.
질문을 드리도록 하겠습니다.
So my question is
선임
related to your work
전문가님께서는
experience.
투르크메니스탄에서
You worked in
개최된
Turkmenistan
실내 모두 아시안 게임에서
2017 indoor sports and martial
이곳에서의
arts
근무가 정말 흔치 않은
universiade, and I think
경험이라고
that kind of
생각합니다.
experience is
이곳에서의
quite
생활은
rare.
어떠하셨었는지,
So how was your
근무는
life working
어떠했었는지
there,
경험담 좀
and
말씀
did you enjoy working in Turkmenistan?
제가 비하인드를 말씀드리면
Well, to share with you some behind stories.
질문을
Well,
예상 질문을 주셨는데
the professor gave me some questions in advance, and I asked him to just sum up the questions to narrow down the questions. So I wanted to comment on my work experience in Turkmenistan and what I needed in order to get the job in Turkmenistan.
친애하고 경애하는
So
대리와들
in Turkmenistan, we have the respected president there serving the nation. I always mention this whenever I am having interview about this. So
때문에 모든 세계적인
in
어떤 차트에서
North
2등을
Korea,
하시는
we
그런
have
그 말은
Kim Jong-un, and because of Kim Jong-un, well, the president of Turkmenistan is always ranked second in the international evaluation in that criteria. So it means that in Turkmenistan there is a lot of oppression and also gender inequality. If you are not married, then the woman cannot be in the same place as men. So there are those issues and difficulties that you might face living in Turkmenistan. So when I went there in 2017, I went there with some other Koreans, like total of 5 people from overseas going there to work together to prepare everything needed. And actually, the people of Turkmenistan are very warm-hearted, so that was very good for me. So I can put my life in Turkmenistan into the first phase and the second phase. In the first phase, I had those 5 people only, very small sized. But in the second phase, well, the government of Turkmenistan had the tender of $50 million, where the operation form of that event was purchased. And Korea also did the bidding, but there were some shortcomings in how Korea had done the bidding. And in case of the UK, the Ministry of Commerce was involved, while the Korean bidding was just done by a private company and no assistance from the government. So because the UK got the bidding, I came back to Korea, and I was the only Asian person who had the experience in hosting or preparing for the Asian Games, and the only person who organized those 45 countries. So based on the request, I went back there, and the previous panelist mentioned about the position of Korea in the international arena. Actually, Korea has great hardware. Korea is a nice country, but how we set the agenda and the skills about the project management, well, international recognition about that is not very high for Korea. So even when I share my experiences with the colleagues from the UK, they were not buying it. So I was sometimes saying that, am I like a third country citizen? So I myself do not have that much pride in Korea, but I just felt it's not fair to get the right evaluation or treatment. And that UK company that won the bid was like a company comprised of outsourced people, those who got involved in the Glasgow event and other global events. They were all invited to this Turkmenistan event. So, although my own capacities were not that outstanding, I felt that I was not treated fairly. And they were getting the annual salary of like $100,000 or higher. It means that they are like A-rated people with very outstanding qualifications and capacities. And of course, that allowed me to learn a lot from them. So during that time, I felt a lot of gaps between what they are doing and what we are doing in Korea. So in nurturing the young experts, I think that Korea is not doing enough. I am currently working in UNESCO ICM, and even for other international events, well, the manager positions of the government agencies of Korea, they are quite aged. They are about like middle-aged people, and they have to think about their future career. And in that kind of very stiff structure, it is quite difficult to nurture the future experts. And the manager with experience at site, it is quite hard for them to deliver their opinions, because in those international arrangements, it is less structured. And that is why when we have some inexperienced and unskilled talents from Korea going overseas and working there, well, it hinders the credibility of Korean workforce. So what I felt was, for the non-Korean sports experts, well, they were getting high respect, while when we have some Korean people going to those preparation organizations, they were not regarded highly. So I think there is like a glass ceiling, so that should be resolved. So maybe it is different from other international federations, but for sports competitions, we always look into the competitions or games as the focus of the job creation. But rather than that, I think we have to focus on the event itself, the international sports event. Well, we have the Korea Sports Organization and government agencies supporting those special sports events. There are great programs, of course,
88년과는 다른
But whether
외국어
that is
관심과
sufficient
열정을 모두 갖춘
to
수많은 젊은이들을 소화시킬 수 있는 전망
have the proper job market for all the young people of Korea that is different from what we had in 1988 for the Seoul Olympic Games? Well, I think the answer is no, and we need to. The other presenter mentioned about the need for excellence in order to work for overseas or sports organizations. However, I think that beside the excellence, we have to have the easiness of finding those jobs. In Korea, event manager related postings, job postings, are just like 2 or 3 per year, while in the UK's, in case of the UK, the job of event manager, that job posting is created like 5 or 6 times a day. So unless we focus on growing those fields, I understand that the other panelists like Mr. Cho and Ms. Kwak, they were focusing on communication skills and their managing and administrative capacities, but for the whole section or the whole field of international sports to grow, I think that the kind of additional support is needed. So it's not like a catchphrase, I just love a heavy metal music, and there is the famous word that the heavy metal singer said, "Born to live." So of course, our life would not be always easy, but I think we have to have great strength. So we are born to lose and live to win. So if like a foreigner asks, why is Dokdo a Korean island? Well, what I'm saying is that you have to have the attitude of letting them say what they want. You have to have that kind of readiness, but at the same time trying to diffuse the Korean unique characteristics to survive in the international arena.
This might be the last question, so it is raised to Mr. Park Jung-mi from FIBA. This is a very practical question. The welfare service and then the living benefits from FIBA. So for those who want to work in international sports agencies, they are highly interested in the kind of welfare program and the benefit provided by the organizations. So could you introduce the FIBA's welfare and the benefit program? I also have the experience in working in Korea. I can compare the working conditions in Korea to the conditions here, and the number of the vacation, the number of days. So I can have a 5-week vacation per year. And so until the summer season, I have to use 2 consecutive weeks of vacation. So usually that I really work hard, but sometimes I need to take a rest enough to revitalize myself. So only then I can improve my quality of life. So I've realized that this type of enough vacation is really important. But don't assume that your working time is much less than in Korea. So during the last year, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, many of the international events were canceled last year. Means that more and more games will be held during this year. Means that I had to work very night. And one of the the strengths I've found here working in FIBA, my boss. And so was very kind of flexible. It is very open to whenever I complained, I just raised this question. That's he's very open-minded.
Thank you for your answers. Now it's time to wrap up the session. So if you had interest in working for overseas international sports organizations, I believe it was a fruitful time. And thank you all for your participation. Thank you. So this is the end of the Q&A session for session 3. I think it was quite an extraordinary session. We had great questions and very frank answers from panelists. So we could see a lot of people nodding as they were listening to those answers. So this brings us to the end of session 3.
네, 진행자님과 모든 패널분들께 감사의
moderators and
말씀드리겠습니다. 이것으로
panelists,
소중한 시간 함께해
thank you
주신
for
내외
your
여러분, 그리고
participation.
온라인으로 끝까지 함께해 주신
Thank you
분들께
all for
감사의
your
말씀드립니다.
participation, both
이것으로
online and offline.
2021
This brings
ISF
us to
국제
the end
스포츠
of
코리아
the
컨퍼런스를 마치겠습니다.
ISF International
그리고
Sports
저희가
Career
보통
Conference
행사가
2021.
끝난 다음에는요, 오신 분들께
After
통상적으로 식사를 제공해 드리는데요.
usual
아무래도
conference,
코로나라는
actually
특이한
we
점 때문에
provide
오늘은
the
부득이하게
dinner for
만찬을
all the
마련하지
participants,
못한
but due to
점
COVID
양해
situation, we couldn't
바라겠습니다.
serve
아무쪼록 저희
the
환영
dinner
말씀해
to
주신 분들도
the
그렇고요. 오신 분들께
participants. But
다들
I want to
전해드리는
once
말씀은
again thank
건강에 대한 안부 인사인 것 같습니다.
all of your
여러분들
participation
모두
and wish
조심해서
you
돌아가시고요.
health
저희는
and
또 다음
please
행사에서
stay
건강한
safe
얼굴로 다시
and see
만나뵙길
you
바라겠습니다.
again in
함께해 주신
our
여러분
next
고맙습니다.
event. Thank you.